bitch. Oh, excuse you. Baloney wash. I'm annoyed. I'm just here to give my opinion and carry Annie. Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome. It's your boy, Chris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Filtered. Happy Saturday, happy Saturday, happy Saturday. I was like, why am I hearing myself? Oh, because I didn't close my other video, so I'm live on YouTube, and we're playing back, so I had to close it real quick. But anyway, welcome, everybody. What's going on? It's your boy, Chris Avalon. Let's do that again. And welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Happy Friday, happy Friday. We got a lot of tea to get into. So I'm not even gonna waste your time. But before we get to the tea, please do me a solid and hit that like button, that subscribe button, and the notification button so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. And I want to thank everybody who has been supporting the show, who have just been discovering it, and and all the other content creators who have been in the chat and bigging up, us fellow content creators, because I said we all in this together and all this good stuff. We got a lot of tea to get to. We got to updates on the whole Diddy situation because we didn't talk about it. I've been gone for 2 days. Y'all already know why. I explained it in the last video. But now we back and now we're gonna play catch up. Plus, we got to talk about Nicki Minaj getting arrested in Denmark. I got that tea this morning. Somebody went and hit me up. Well, one of my friends hit me up and sent me a long video. Not the little cut up ones that y'all got from the neighborhood talking to other places, but they sent me a long video. And I was like, well, goddamn, what the hell is going on? So we're going to play the clips. Even Nicki posted it on her Instagram and stuff. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, Kelly Rowland, we got to give an update on that. Travis Scott got into a fist fight, with Cher's boyfriend. You can't make this shit up. Plus, Madonna and her boyfriend, Josh Popper, have called it quits. Lady Gaga got her fans pissed off. We'll talk about that because, the Chromatica ball airs tonight. But the fans is tight. We're going to talk about it. Plus, we're going to talk about that hot mess ass Apple Music list of best albums. Y'all could jump in the comments with that, but we're going to talk about that, of course, on the show. Plus, Jermaine Dupri is jumping in the comments about that whole situation with that whole Apple Music thing. We're going to talk about that. Tamar Braxton is opening why she turned down the upcoming season of Real Housewives of Atlanta. Plus, we have the Beverly Hills cast has been revealed already, and they just started filming, which is weird because normally they wait until the show is about to air soon before they want to reveal who's on the show, but they revealing it while they're in production. So plus, speaking of Housewives, we got some tea about Andy Cohen. Plus, Jennifer Lopez is clapping back because of a reporter had the nerve to ask her about Ben Affleck. Shout out to the reporter, because you want to know something. A lot of y'all be thinking like these celebrities, yeah, they're human. So, yes, bitch, we know they're human. But at the end of the day, you know what, I'm gonna just stop. I'm gonna save the rant because sometimes I be getting too caught up in the giving y'all the lowdown, and then I start giving away stuff, and then I don't save it for the show when we actually talk about the topic. So I'm gonna say what my real opinion is when we get to that topic. Plus, Kelly Osbourne is throwing shade at her former Fashion Police co-host. Sean T is opening up about his open marriage. He revealed that tea to Angela Yee. Plus, we got some drag race news, and a Stranger Things star went and got married in a secret ceremony. So we're gonna talk about all that and a whole lot more, and then y'all can drop some stuff down in the comments if y'all want about any of the other, any other stuff y'all want to talk about off topic, and you want my opinion on it. Let me hit my banner. I said we have comments. It's Saturday. Did I say Friday? Happy Saturday, bitch. My days is blurring. I forgot what day it was. Yes, it's Saturday. I thought it was Friday. Yesterday was the Rangers game, and they won. So the Rangers fans is happy. They lost the previous game, but they won against Florida last night. I believe that's Candace Cameron Bure's husband. His former team from Florida was playing the Rangers, and the Rangers kicked their butt last night. So it went to overtime. My check looked good because my check went to overtime too. So I'm gonna be happy when I get paid next week. And yeah, so that was a good thing that happened. Child, and another thing, I did the Ventura concert the night before. Never again. And I'm not gonna go in because people feeling gonna be hurt by the type of demographics that was there and the way y'all was behaving. So I'm gonna behave myself and not give my real reasons why I would not do that show. But just know the way some of y'all be acting, there's a reason why. Let me not go there. Because I'm about to lose some people. So let's just keep the show. And hey, Sailor Mermaid, how you doing? Because some of y'all act like y'all ain't never been outside. But anyway, let's get into the first topic, which is Diddy and this whole situation. Because, he went and gave his fake ass apology after the video leaked. The timing, people were just like, oh, he apologized, whatever. I'm sorry, but if somebody beating my ass on the regular and just say sorry, that ain't enough. Like, all is not going to be forgiven. Especially when a lot of people don't realize when it comes to abusive relationships, it doesn't automatically just start with putting pause on somebody. A lot of times what they do is there's many forms of abuse. There's mental abuse where they try to break down your mind before, and then when they've broken down your mind and you're not realizing it, before you realize it, then they smacking your ass around and you gagged. But you so caught up in the situation and they got you trapped, it's too late and you don't know how to get your way out. But congratulations to Cassie for finding a way to get up out of this situation. I wish we knew how she got herself up out of there. But nevertheless, I'm sure that'll probably come down the line. If they decide to she decides to write a book or whatever. I'm hoping that we find out like what her thing was, so that way maybe other women and men, because men do get abused too, or are in a abusive relationship, that they'll use that or something like that, or get an idea and expand on it to get out of their own situation. So, Diddy said what he said. A lot of people side-eyed it. Some people were sitting there all pro Diddy because he throws around God, forgiveness, Jesus, all this other shit. And then all of a sudden, all is forgiven because a lot of y'all are sucked in the matrix. But if that's the way y'all want to live, that's your prerogative. Me, I choose to live in the real world. And when somebody who is notorious for being a sociopath, who is notorious for going after, the girlfriends or we'll say girlfriends or baby mamas, whatever you want to call it, of your friends, your friends, because clearly Diddy ain't got no damn friends the way he be acting. The girlfriends of your own sons, and the girlfriends and baby mamas of your arch enemies like 50 Cent or whoever else. When you start doing that stuff, it becomes messy. But anyway, so Cassie recently, a couple of days ago, finally released a statement expressing her gratitude for the support she had received since CNN's publication of the surveillance video that came out in 2016 that showed her being physically assaulted by Diddy. Now, we do have her thing up here. I'm sure y'all probably all heard about it by now, but since it's my show, we're going to put it up. So she said, thank you for all the love and support for my family, friends, strangers, and those I have yet to meet. The outpouring of love has created a place for my younger self to settle and feel safe now. But this is only the beginning. Domestic violence is the issue. It broke me down to someone I never thought I would become. With a lot of hard work, I'm better today, but I will always be recovering from my past. Thank you to everyone who has taken the time to take this matter seriously. My only ask is that everyone open your heart to believing victims the first time. It takes a lot of heart to tell the truth out of a situation that you were powerless in. I offer my hand to those who are still living in fear. Reach out to your people. Don't cut them off. No one should carry this weight alone. This healing journey is never ending, but this support means everything to me. Thank you. Love always, Cassie. And I felt like this was heartfelt. See, Diddy, this is how you put out a heartfelt post. Yes, she couldn't mention your name just like you couldn't mention her. She didn't mention your name just like you couldn't mention her name. And she couldn't mention your name because, there was legal bindings where they said that, whatever with his settlement, whatever, they can't slander each other or say each other's names in, you know, in stuff. But regardless of the fact of what Diddy did with the video, with his apology video, the least you could have did was own him and acknowledge what you did. You saying a simple sorry or therapy, prayer, whatever the case was, but not giving no examples of what exactly it was that you was doing to work on making yourself a better person, and part of those steps would be making amends. And I didn't hear nothing about you making amends in that whack ass video that you put out. So kudos to her for putting this out and the fact that she's working on herself. And yes, when you've been abused, you're always going to be someone who may not, I can't necessarily say be a victim, but you're always gonna probably go back to that place because any little thing could probably trigger you to go back to that. So yeah, lifetime of therapy. As long as Cassie lives on this earth, she's gonna be working on making herself a better person and not having to, go back into that feeling like an abused person or victim or whatever, because she's been through all of that. And I saw that people were making comments and stuff about, well, she stayed and she knew better and all this. I'm like, wait a minute. First of all, she was 17 and Diddy was pushing 40. So someone who is 37 or pushing, I don't remember his exact age, but I'm thinking late 30s. He was like I said, pushing 40. So we'll just keep it there. She's someone who is 17. A 17-year-old don't know shit about life. Trust and believe. I remember when I was that age and I was running around talking about, yeah, I act like I knew every damn thing. I was running around talking about, oh yeah, I know what I'm doing. I'm grown. I'm this, that, and the other. And people, my mother and them, they'd be like, boy, sit your ass down. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Now that I'm a lot older, I think, not I think they were absolutely right. I'll say I know they were absolutely right. So a 17-year-old don't know nothing about nothing. They just happy, wet behind the ears, so excited that they finally, are moving past that whole childhood phase and transitioning into adulthood. Diddy knew damn better and preyed on his girl because of some pretty old girl on his arm. First of all, that was Brian Leslie man. Now, girl, but whatever. If she decided to run off with him and cheat, whatever, that's between them. But the fact of the matter is, regardless of what the intentions were, and two things can be true at the same time. You have no right to put your hands on somebody. You have no right to sit and physically and mentally break down another human being like they're fucking cattle. Like how the slave, the white folks used to treat the slave, that you ain't got no right to buck break no woman. And vice versa. If a woman was doing the same thing to a man, you don't have a right to do that either. So yeah, two things can be true at the same time. She had intentions of going in one way and probably thought like, you know what, I'm gonna get with Diddy because he's gonna help me with my career. Which when we talk about the next story, this seems to be an ongoing thing about Diddy, how he likes to quid pro quo type shit. He be on that type stuff, which is I'm a promise you a career in this place, that place, and the other place, and a lot of people can't get put on because people will ignore you. Same thing what I heard about Misa. Misa was starting out as a stylist. She was into the world of fashion and stuff. She dressed people like Mary J. Blige. She dressed people, and that's why Mary has her iconic look because Misa put her together. Same thing with Little Kim and a bunch of other girls. Misa put all that together. And that was because Diddy helped usher her in the business and got her with the right people to get where she needed to get. But I'm sure that didn't come with hugging smacked around too. But she ain't telling that. Well, she did allude to being abused or triggering, what happened to Cassie triggered a lot of things going on with her. But I think Misa know a whole lot more than she letting on and just not saying nothing. But that's fine, sis. You said what you need to say. Well, we can read between the lines, niece. So anyway, now I'm not shocked, but when I heard this story, shout out to the Post, they said Diddy Combs is upset after CNN leaked the video. But why are you upset with them? Number one, that video that you allegedly paid 50 grand for to get from the person that shiesty ass no good SOB that you slipped the $50,000 to, wrote a check to, because remember, he don't write rhymes, he write checks. Remember that? So the person that worked in the control room that had the surveillance, that was able to cut the surveillance and give it to you so that way people, they wouldn't have gotten out. You could have taken that evidence and destroyed it. But because you're such a damn sociopath and an egomaniac, he probably was taking that shit home and going his little private theater and was beating off to watching him beat the shit out of her. Like, he give me that. He give me very much that he's into autoerotic asphyxiation. Don't ask me how I know that. But, I know some things. I watch a lot of TV. So, I would not be surprised if he had the belt around his neck, had a strap or something, was sitting there beating his meat, watching him beat her ass. So I would have threw it away. But we know serial killers, abusers, people of that magnitude, they love holding on to things, collecting things like it's a souvenir. Because we always heard stories like I watch enough ID channel. I watch a lot of, criminal type stuff where it's like killers like to keep mementos. So they said, according to the source close to Diddy, The video depicting him assaulting his former girlfriend does not provide the complete context of the events that transpired. Sean Diddy Combs is reeling in the wake of the March raids on his homes and the subsequent release of a 2016 video of him beating then-girlfriend Cassie. He's incensed, a member of the inner circle tells the Post, especially about the video. He insists it doesn't tell the full story about what happened. Not that he's excused. Yeah, okay. They said not that he's excused. He's definitely, that's exactly what the fuck it is. Now, when you got to preface something by saying that's not what it is, 9 times out of 10, that's what it is. So they said not that he's excusing it, but he says that it's a selected video. Selected? Yeah, it was selected from the raid in your house, and then somebody saw what it was. They couldn't prosecute your ass on it, so that's why it was leaked. So selecting what? You think you trying to say they tried to edit you? They tried to cut, like, you could have. First of all, you should have said all of that in the Instagram video. If Cassie did whatever, like, and this is what irritates me because, like I said, it's just like two things can be true at the same time. Now, I want to know what the video, what caused it to go up to that moment. Now, the thing is, regardless of whatever excuse or whatever happened with the situation, it still does not excuse you putting your hands on a woman, and vice versa. Women hitting on men, men hitting on women. I don't like anybody putting hands on anybody. First of all, nobody has right to put hands on anyone, regardless of gender. Because I was watching some clip of there was something about Joe Budden finally came out and said something about the whole Diddy situation, and Tahiri went and jumped in the chat, was basically like, oh, well, you threw me down the stairs and you were dragging me and stuff, and I almost had a miscarriage, and you was beating me, and, all kinds of abuse allegations, which we heard stories about Joe over the years. So in his situation, it was a damn if you do, damn if you don't type situation. So we had to address it. But then Tahiri comes out and does what she does. But then I'm looking at her like, I don't know where I saw it, but I was watching something, I just be on Instagram, minding my business, just scrolling, and I came across this clip of Tahiri with some dude. She was there. I don't even know. I don't remember. I don't watch the show. It was like where they try to do like work on their relationships and all that other stuff. And I think Phaedra was on there with somebody. And it was a bunch of celebrities, like a bunch of. I think it might have been Celebrity Boot Camp or something or another. One of those shows. Anyway, so Tahiri happened to be on there. She was in the kitchen, I believe, and she's getting into an altercation with her man. And instead of them just trying to work things out, argue it out, or whatever, she takes an apple and throws it at him, two of them, and hit him in the face. Now, I don't want to sit up in here and sit and, child, this is why I be saying sometimes, and my thing is this, I don't give a fuck who you are. You put your hands on me, I'm knocking your teeth in the back of your damn throat. I don't care what the gender is. First of all, you don't put your hands on me. But what pissed me off was that whoever that fake ass doctor, because I don't even think they be putting real MDs up on that damn show. Y'all be looking for these celebrity doctors or whatever that be wanting fucking moments. So he going up in there and talk about regardless, you don't have a right to put no hands on him. I was like, well, wait a minute, but what about her throwing whole fucking apples at him? I would be pissed too. And they wonder why a lot of these men are so angry, black men particularly, walking around so angry, so pent up, so full of rage, because y'all don't allow these men to release all that negative energy. You don't allow these men to sit in and just get all of that shit out their system. But still, it don't give a man a right to put no hands on a woman. And like I said, women, y'all need to stop putting hands on men because y'all got in the back of y'all mind, well, I'm a girl. I'm a woman. He don't have no right to put he ain't gonna touch me. He ain't gonna do this. And a lot of times y'all be stepping up to these dudes, forgetting that y'all got a lot of estrogen pumping in y'all brain, in your bodies. Y'all don't got no testosterone. And if a man come up there and knock your ass across the room, then you want to play the girl card. But then y'all want the equality. Well, treat me equal until somebody beat your ass, and then all of a sudden, you back to being a girl again. We can't sit and pick and choose. We can't be selective in our whole gender situation when it comes to these type of stuff. So, but I don't know where the hell I was going with that. I just went all over. Oh yeah, because I was talking about Tahiri. But this whole situation with Diddy, you sitting there and talking about there was an agenda. Yeah, there was an agenda to make your ass pay, because for the 30 years of your career, 30 years plus of your career, you have done a lot of shady, shiesty shit to a lot of people to become the bad boy mogul that you are, that you've always been known as. I can't say that you are today because you rode that coattail for 30 damn years, and it took this long for you to get to this full circle moment of you finally, karma finally coming to collect. But but he just worrying about. He just feels like that. They said that he says that he feels the Cassie video was a distraction from the raids. I don't think it's a distraction because it's a whole lot of laundry list of stuff that's going to come out about you and the shady things that you've done. So I think the whole Cassie thing is the tip of the iceberg. That's just the thing that everybody's concentrating on now. But there's bigger fish to fry, like all these other lawsuits that you got coming. But one of the things I do want to emphasize on so we can move on to the next big story, because a seventh woman has filed a seventh person has come forward to file an SA lawsuit against Diddy. I want people to take that line that she said and go with it, where she says, "My only ask is that everyone open your heart to believing victims the first time. It takes a lot of heart to tell the truth out of a situation that you were powerless in." So can we please take that into consideration? When people say that they've been attacked, when they've been abused, when they've done all these things, can we believe them and not ask for a laundry list of evidence? Well, where's the evidence? Where's this? Where's that? Well, the evidence finally came out, right? And people were still defending it, talking about, well, what'd she do to make him do that? So y'all literally thought, watching that video, that was a first-time situation? You thought that was the first time he did that to her? Based on her body language and the way she was acting, that looked like that had been a multitude of times that she's been in that situation. And she was used to it. But at that point, she was tired of it. And who knows what happened behind closed doors once he got her ass back in that room. Because I'm like, anybody that jump out the bed, butt-ass naked, with a towel on, running down the hall to grab her stuff, knock her down, kick her, and then try to drag her back in the room, which I guess she had no choice but to do, because he took all her stuff. He took her bag, probably with her cards or her money or whatever in it, and she was forced to come back in the room. And another thing I want to know too, what happened where's Cassie's parents been in all of this? Does she have siblings? Did she confide in anyone in regards to like what was going on? Like, I don't know. It's just scary to me that a child will be put in a situation and the parents would not know. But I guess you find ways of like really trying to hide things that's going on. You be so deep in the matrix that it just ends up like that. So I'm glad that Cassie got out of that situation. I'm glad that she married a new man, Alex Fine. She done moved on. She got her 2 beautiful children, and she's, living her best life, but she's still, becoming a work in progress and trying to exercise through all that crazy shit that happened to her back then. And now she's away from that madman. And there's a lot of, there's been a lot of stories coming out with a lot of girls who have encountered Diddy, who've been through some things with him and all that other stuff. And I'm sure we're going to continue to hear more stuff about them and all that other stuff. So I'll definitely be keeping y'all abreast of the story as it develops, because I'm sure it's not going anywhere. I'm sure we will be talking about the Diddy and all of these allegations and all this other stuff, I'm sure probably to the end of the year, maybe way into 2025. So let me know what you guys think of this story down below. Now, before we move on to any of the other topics, I do have one more story about Diddy, and then we can move on, because what was it? I was coming home from work from that Ventura concert, a show I will never work again in life. I have my reasons, but if y'all have been to a concert, you see how some of them fans act. You don't know why I refuse. But anyway, that ain't about them. It's about Diddy. So, wait, I was like, oh, I thought I closed it. I do have it. Okay, so I was on my way home from the concert, and I happened to come, as soon as I got in the house, because I usually be tired or whatever, but I need YouTube, whatever, to help me, like, zhuzh up some stuff, go to sleep. So I happened to come across the story. I saw Lovely T talking about it. Sidebar, congratulations to Lovely T for getting 1 million subscribers. Girl, I'm trying to get where you at. So And one of the things I have to say that I love about Lovely well, first of all, she's someone who is a straight shooter. She don't take no shit. She says what she did. She does her deep dives. Another one that I like that does deep dives is Make It Make Sense. Shout out to him. He was in the comments the other day when I was doing the show. So shout out to you, cutie. I mean, he is cute, but but for the most part, it was like, you know what? Shout out to them. Shout out to her for getting the 1 million subscribers. And one of the things I think that really warmed my heart is that one of my followers, friends, whatever. Well, he and I have become friends since then because we actually have hung out and we met outside of him being a part of the show. Sailor Mermaid, if he's still in the room, went and said, he said, I only watch two people when they talk about celebrity news and gossip. He said, Lovely T and me. And I felt like, well, damn, I feel so flattered that that people would look at what I do and see me on the same level as her. But I've been doing, look, Cher, I done told y'all, I'm not going to list down my resume, but 2026 will make 20 years that I've been playing in the gossip, celebrity news, entertainment space. So I've been around for a while. It's just that a lot of people are finally coming around because, everybody has their time. And, it's not always, they always say, what is it? The slow tortoise or whatever wins the race. So it's not always about how you get to the finish line, but as long as you get there. And to me, one of the things I do love is that, I took my time with this and I was getting frustrated at some times when it came, you know what, I'm doing on this rant. Let me take this out for a second and let me finish my So, it's taken me a long time to get to the place where I'm at right now. And that's why I'm excited because I saw last night I hit 700, you know, followers on or subscribers on YouTube. And I know a lot of people are like 700, that's it, or whatever. But I'm like, look, 700 is a big deal for someone who in the past couple of months, like my viewership, my followers, all the other stuff has grown exponentially. So, especially when you've been doing something for long, it's like, okay, so what's not working? Why is it not hitting? What is going on? So it's like I took my show in my own hands. I started doing the show the way I wanted to do it. I started putting just making it simple. It's just, I throw out clips for context. We have the lower thirds. I run my mouth. The fans come in, we interact. It's I call it the people's talk show. So it's like I come up with the celebrity news and gossip the celebrity topic. Sometimes I actually have people who follow the show that send me things and I'm like, okay, this sounds like an interesting topic. I'll bring it up. Like Robert helps me out a lot with topics that he sends me all the time in my because I can't see and be everywhere and do everything. So sometimes he'll send me things. My friend DJ Baker, who is someone who works at We Are You Radio, we have our own little group chat where he sends me stuff all the time. And I'm like, oh, that sounds like a good story that I can cover. So there's always inspiration. Plus, I'm on social media looking up things. I'm watching other shows and I'm like, oh, that sounds like a good topic. So I'm always, if it sparks my interest and is something that I can rant on about and be shady and funny, but also serious and, what's the word? Bring an intellectual type of vibe to it, then I'm gonna do that. And that's why I created a show. And I saw like the show starting to grow. People love the personality. People love it. I get my criticisms and things too, which is fine. I mean, I'm not gonna be all like, well, fuck you, motherfucker. It's whatever. And also that's why I was like the other day when I watched, what was it? Oh, yesterday actually, because I was on my way to see Furiosa, which is a good movie, by the way. People go check it out because it's not doing well at the box office, unfortunately. But the movie seems like it's in a little niche thing, so people aren't, I guess it's a certain market that's going to see a film like Furiosa, but it's a good film. I was watching Make It Make Sense video yesterday where he did a real deep dive into, and definitely check out his episode yesterday. I was in a live chat and he went and he was talking about Diddy and all that stuff, which we're going to get to in a second. He was talking about Diddy and a lot of the women that he would go after were people that were, the exes of his enemies. He even went after the girlfriends of his own son. Like was it Christian Combs or Justin who was doing Lori Harvey? But who wasn't doing Lori Harvey? Quiet as his cat. But Diddy and Lori was, I think, dating the father and the son at the damn same time. So, and then what was it? Bow Wow baby mother, who was punching Diddy, was the one that spilled the tea because she was getting jealous. So they all fighting with this man that got a little ass dick. And how I know he got a little ass dick is because, well, Lil Kim said he can't work the middle because his thing too little, right? So How I know the dick is small is because the next story I'm going to talk about the woman described Diddy's dingaling. See, I don't go full circle, but anyway, so that's why I'm like in between shows up. That's why I would say I want to thank everybody who sits and watches the show. The many people that when I look at the numbers and stuff, how y'all literally stick around and y'all just hear me ramble on for as many hours as I do this show. That y'all find it entertaining. That it helps you get through y'all day because you know what, we're all out here like a squirrel trying to get a nut. We're all stressed out with shit going on in life, especially the way our current government, both sides is a piece of damn shit, and we stuck between a rock and a hard place. We got two damn old ass Methuselah ass men who needed to step down and let a whole new situation come in. This two-party system is broken. People are struggling to be able to pay their bills. The rent is going up. The rent is too damn high, as that man said. The food stuff is expensive. It's just crazy out here. So if I could provide y'all with a couple of hours where it's just like y'all could just relax, relate, and release, as they said on A Different World, then we're going to do it on this here show. So thank you all for signing up. Thank you all for subscribing to the channel. Thank you all for who come in the comments and just, show your love and things. I appreciate it. But anyway, before we get to this other Diddy story, I got comments. Oh yeah, he said, I'm still here. Remember that song? Shout out to Tisha Campbell. You have to drink that Red Bull. I'm tired. Oh, yes, Cheryl, friend to the show. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So that's why I said, like, a lot of people brag and boast, like, they think, like, oh, let me just get to 1 million or 100,000. Well, I didn't mean the million as a shade or anything towards Lovely T, because I'm extremely proud that she made it to that number. One of the things about me also, I feel like there's no shade, no jealousy, no malice with other YouTubers or the bloggers or the influencers and stuff. Like I told y'all, I've been doing this for almost 20 years. Like, I remember back when, you see this whole situation is oversaturated with people, especially like when people who do drag race interviews and all this stuff. Child, I was doing drag race interviews back during what was it, like 10 years ago, during season 5. And the earlier season when it was on Logo. So when it was literally 5 of us in the room, that's how long ago I was doing drag race stuff. Now it's oversaturated. So now I had to change up my way of doing the drag race stuff on this show. So I've been doing, like I said, I've been doing this all the time. There's plenty of space for everybody. There's plenty of room for people to thrive or whatever. And if it is meant for you, and I say that for any gig that anybody wants to do in life, is that if it's meant for you to do that thing, continue to do it, because it took me a long time to get to a place where it's like, you know what, finally the hard work is paying off. Because there have been times, and I feel like everybody feels this way, and that's why I always like to keep it real on this show, is that there's always moments in time and stuff where people feel like giving up because it's like, it's not working, I'm not doing anything right, it's not like I just don't see why I just keep going and stuff. But you have to have that passion within you to keep, that little fire, that passion, whatever it is that keeps you going. I was like, finally, I wound up even getting money in my Cash App. So when that happened, I gagged. I was like, oh, somebody sent me some coins. But anyway, so I know that's how the hard work is paying off. But anyway, let's move on and let me stop rambling. And let's talk about this latest story with Sean Diddy Combs accused of assaulting another woman. So the woman's name is April Lampros, and she is apparently the 7th person to accuse Diddy of SA in the past 6 months after Cassie filed a bombshell trafficking lawsuit in November. Now, this story comes from NBC News, so it might be a long one because I think it breaks down everything that transpired. So Lampros, in a claim filed in the Supreme Court of New York County, alleges that Combs promised to mentor her and provide industry connections before he became aggressive and coercive. She is the 6th woman to detail assault allegations against Combs in a lawsuit, accusations that Combs has denied in previous statements. Supreme Court is a trial court in New York State. Now, I'm confused because didn't they just say she the 7th? Now, how is she the 6th? Do y'all not know math? And my thing is, look, I'm not trying to keep up with how many people and the list of how many people accuse him of what, because every other day it seemed like some new tea came out. So let's just keep going. Now, Lampros is 51. and says in the suit that she met Combs in New York City in 1994 while she was studying at the FIT, which is the Fashion Institute of Technology. She alleges he SA'd her on 4 occasions, including once where she was forced to take ecstasy and have relations with Combs' former girlfriend, Kim Porter. Now, years after she severed ties with Combs, Lampro said she learned that he was alleged to have recorded them hunching without her knowledge and showed the recording to others. Probably did the same thing with that Cassie beatdown video. She is suing Combs, who's 54, over allegations of battery, SA, infliction of emotional distress, and gender-motivated violence. Reps for Combs did not immediately respond to a request for comment Thursday evening. Now, Lampro said in her suit that the first time Combs SA'd her was in 95 after they met at a New York City bar. Excuse me. She alleges that Combs pressured her to drink alcohol. She felt uneasy after a few sips and was later guided to a car to leave with Combs, the suit says, arriving at a hotel where she continued to feel unwell. Lampros was on a hotel bed when Combs forced himself on top of her and began to forcibly kiss her. When Lampros turned her head, Combs grabbed her face and continued to kiss her, the suit alleges. He undressed her despite her attempts to tell him she felt unwell and her pleas for him to stop. How many times are going to put the suit alleges, it says, the suit claims? Y'all getting on my damn nerves with all of this. But that's the way they wrote it. That's the way I'm going to try to read. I'm getting irritated by the way the people are writing this thing. They said Lampros passed out as Combs R''d her, the suit says. For months after the incident, Lampros said Combs sent gifts, cards, and flowers to lure her back. The suit includes a photo of a card that accompanied flowers Combs was purported to have sent her on Valentine's Day. She agreed to meet with Combs to discuss business opportunities, the suit says, and gave him a second chance. Lampros alleges she and Combs were leaving his apartment for dinner when another assault occurred in 95. According to the suit, they were on their way to the parking garage when a slightly inebriated Combs forced Lampros on her knees. According to the suit, he unzipped his pants and forced her to perform baloney wash. The suit alleges Combs turned angry, threatening, and forceful after the encounter, refusing Lampro's decision to distance herself by threatening to physically harm her and blacklist her across the fashion industry. The suit describes the third SA in 96, alleging that Combs forced Lampros to engage in acts with Porter, who died in 2018 of pneumonia, because that's what they're trying to tell us. But, a lot of people saying that they need to reopen that case. And I believe them. They need to. Lampros alleges that she was at Combs' apartment in Manhattan with Porter after they had returned from a nightclub. Combs told both women to open their mouths and force ecstasy down their throats. He then demanded that Porter and Lampros have sex and told Lampros she had no control when she tried to refuse, the suit claims. It also accuses Combs of R-ing Lampros. Lampros had ended their relationship with Combs in 1998, according to the suit. She also alleges that Porter and Combs got her fired from a bar after Porter saw her working there. According to the suit, Porter called Lampros' manager and falsely accused her of trying to poison Porter in a move that Lampros believes was retaliation. About 2 years later, Lampros said Combs told her he missed her when they ran into each other at an event. Combs called Lampros for days after she refused to leave with him, asking whether she would see him at his apartment, she later said in her lawsuit. Lampros reluctantly agreed for Combs to come to her apartment to hear what he had to say, says the suit, which says he arrived with a security guard who was sitting in the stairwell. During the interaction, Combs grabbed her and forced himself on her, kissing and touching her without her consent. She fought him off enough to reach her door and ask Combs to leave, it says. Lampros said in a statement on Thursday, I'm confident that judge will prevail and the veil will be removed, so no other woman will have to endure what I did. The suit filed by Lampros' attorney, Tyrone Blackburn, claims Combs, Bad Boy Records, Arista Records, and its owner, Sony Music Entertainment, as respondents. Reps for Combs and Bad Boy did not immediately respond for requests for comment, and, say all the people that's been accused of the suit. Just to cut it short, because they don't have to put out every damn thing. But it's like everybody accusing the suit didn't, comment on this situation. And I also heard that his music has been Yeah, you can't even listen to his like he can't profit off the music or whatever anymore. Like anything to do with Bad Boy, they pretty much cut everything. So anything that he had a production credit on, anybody that was under the Bad Boy umbrella, they can't get no money. But quiet as it's kept, the artists themselves could barely get any money. That's why when that whole thing came out, where he's like, "I'm Brother Love, and I'm gonna give everybody back their residuals and give them back their the recording rights and all that other stuff," I was looking at him like, Negro, please get off my damn line. Like, I didn't believe, first of all, I was like, it ain't worth shit no more. You done squeeze all the juice out the damn lemon, and then you give them, this dry ass prune, and you expect them to try to find what to do with it. Because Aubrey O'Day spilled that tea. She was like, well, for them to try to sit up in here and say, like, oh, yeah, well, you have to sign this stuff, but we'll give you your rights to the music, but you can't slander me in the press or whatever that case was. And I'm glad that Aubrey decided. She was like, I'm not signing it because I look back on it and this money ain't like me getting any kind of money out of this. It ain't worth excuse me, it ain't worth nothing. Like they're barely gonna make anything from what they did. So what's the point? And we all know like Diddy was notorious for having his artists sign shiesty ass deals. And when you're up and coming and young, you're just so excited to be in the room and you're excited to be famous because you get all these things in your mind. Trust and believe, I've been there. Where it's like, oh look, I'm not gonna be broke no more. I'm not gonna be poor. So I want to get in the business because this is gonna be an opportunity. I'm gonna take care of my family. We're gonna move them out of the hood. I'm gonna be this big superstar and I'm gonna do all these different things. And then the reality hits, and then you don't realize that, okay, so when you don't know to get your own entertainment lawyer, you don't know to get on your own things, because if you use an entertainment lawyer from the studio, from the record label, they don't have your best interest at heart. They work for the studio. They don't work for you. They don't care about you. So they already know that you're getting a shitty deal. And y'all don't know it. And by the time you done signed your life away in blood, it's too damn late. And then why you hear a lot of these artists be out here broke. We've heard the stories over the years of how a lot of artists have talked about how they signed these deals. They didn't know what the hell they were signing. They just thought that, these people being real and open and honest. And then they come to find out that they've signed some shitty deal and they're working them down to the bone and they end up going bankrupt or broke or whatever the case is. We've heard these stories a number of times. So I never believed that, you know, Diddy was capable. Well, I've always believed that Diddy was capable of some evil ass stuff, but it just makes a whole lot of sense. So I'm glad that Aubrey didn't sign away that stuff so that way she wouldn't have nothing to say, because I'm sure she could make a shit ton of money off of writing a book about what transpired with her and Danny Kane and Diddy and stuff. If she hasn't already, I'm not sure if she has, but if she has, let me know. And then there was a woman we talked about in the previous show that accused him of assault. She pulled the Monica Lewinsky. She said she got clothing evidence. Uh, a little skeetation on the fabrication situation. So, did it? If there's some evidence of DNA or whatever the case was on that, so you can't deny this man, like Bill Clinton tried to back in the day with Miss Monica. So I definitely keep y'all abreast of this story as it develops, because but I already said, Diddy, you done. The court of public opinion have pretty much, now it's the court of public opinion. You cannot come back from this. Like, you're pretty much done. Nobody's gonna fuck with you in the industry. You've lost ties with a lot of people. Peloton, a lot of people have pulled your music. Nobody wants anything to do with you. You lost a lot of your deals. And like I said before, it's like the even your music can't get played on anywhere. I don't even know if I don't know. I may have to check. If I go on Apple Music right now and hold on, let me see if Diddy pop up. Because they said that you can't he's still there. Got the Love album Off the Grid extended. Child, why the hell they got this heifer still on it? Look, Apple Music, look, if y'all want to listen to him, you go over to Apple Music and listen. But I guess it's like in other places that they're not playing the music. But apparently Diddy Music is still up there. And the minute that album came out, I saw that. I'm like, I'm not giving a stream. I'm not giving no light. I'm not giving no attention to them records, because it's all the stuff I've known over the years about that madman. I was like, I'm not partaking into it. But anyway, so let me know what you guys think of this story down below, because I feel like I've done spent way too long talking about him. Okay, so if you could add thoughts on Billie Eilish getting dragged in clock she has against. It's funny. I'm so glad you brought that up, because I was hoping and praying that somebody was going to bring that up during the show because I almost forgot. So here's the thing. I like Billie Eilish. I like Taylor Swift too. I don't listen to her music. I told y'all, a bop is a bop to me. If a song is catchy, I'll listen to it. And I'm in no way a Swiftie, but I do like some of Taylor's songs. I like particularly 1989 because that was when she worked with Max Martin, and that's full pop, you know, iconography. That album is everything, especially so many hits that came off that record. I'm not into the whole let me strum a guitar and throw a little folky whatever stuff on it, like that little teen angst girly stuff. Like that's not me. I like give me a 808 a beat that I could twerk to, and I am there. Like when I was at that Megan concert, I had to restrain myself. I was like, Chris, you got to be professional up in here because I was working it. But anyway, but Billie Eilish coming out recently, to me, I feel like she's acting desperate and she's being shady for no reason. Because one thing, okay, so people who are not familiar, Billie Eilish has been coming under fire because ever since she dropped her new album, it seemed like a lot of people feel like she's been throwing digs at Taylor Swift as her way of getting to number one. So first she came at Taylor about, well, this is before the album came out because she was talking about like what is it called? Album bundles? Where they basically come out with like different versions of the albums. They got like different looks of the vinyl. So it's like, oh, you can get a vinyl that's green. You can get a vinyl that's clear. You can get a vinyl that's red. I mean, they did the same thing with Shakira did it. Taylor Swift's been doing it. A lot of the girls have been doing that. They even coming out with different versions of her album. Like it's a sped up album. It's a sped up version of um her record. Then there's a slow down version. Remember back in the day when they look, and I hated this back then. They used to do chopped and screwed versions of people's records. First of all, I'm so glad that came and went real quick, like a silent fart in the night. I hated the chopped and screwed sound because it sounded stupid. Like it worked on certain things. Like if you wanted to put that in like a piece of a song, like Sierra or something like that, when they were doing it. But a full album with chopped and screwed, I'm like, nah, that do not work. Or when the Yin Yang Twins and a lot of them would do that type of thing, it would be cute if you put it on a song, but a whole record, excuse me, trash. So, see, this is why I got to stop drinking this Red Bull because it's making me gassy. So, but I'm like, look, if you want to, you shouldn't judge people on things the way they do business. If you go and copy and do the same damn thing, and then her manager went and liked something about Taylor doesn't uplift artists or something or another, or how she sabotages people, and Billie's manager liked it, and I'm sitting there like, one thing I will say about Taylor, and whether or not if it's disingenuous or she's being phony or whatever the case is, I don't know because I'm not in her head. But from what I've seen about Taylor, Taylor does uplift a lot of music. She uplifts a lot of other artists. She becomes friendly with a lot of artists. I mean, I don't know if it could be a situation where it's like, oh, you just trying to take the newest, shiniest thing and attach yourself to it. If that's what she's doing, clearly it's working. And a lot of people liking it. So, but I don't know her personally. So maybe Billie knows some things about Taylor that we don't. But it was that, and then she threw shade at 3 hour concerts, talking about that you got to be absolutely insane to do that. So people like Billy Joel, who I worked his concert, is crazy for doing a 3 hour show. Or Bruce Springsteen, they're crazy to do a 3 hour show. Beyonce, if I'm not mistaken, her Renaissance tour was damn near 3 hours. So it's not just Taylor Swift out here doing it. And I guess because that's your contemporary, that's your peer, and you're both white girls fighting for the number one spot, that's who you're trying to throw the dagger at, but she's not the only one out here doing 3 hour shows. So to me, it doesn't make sense why you trying to throw shade at her instead of just letting your music speak for yourself. Now, I will say this, Hit Me Hard and Soft is a good record. Billie is actually not whispering throughout this whole damn record. And that's why I was a little hesitant when I said, if she don't give me the same kind of damn tone on this fucking record, like she the Naomi Smalls of singing, if you was going to give me that where your voice is very much like the same tone throughout and it's going to drive me crazy, I'm like, girl, can you at least raise it slightly an octave for me to get into your music? But she was experimenting with the beats. She was experimenting with the vocals. Like she even hit her. I'm like, oh, look at her showing range. So I do like the new album, but you don't need to throw shade at somebody else just so that way you can go number one. Do what she's doing. Do what Taylor's doing, I should say, which is, what she's treating this like she's an athlete trying to win a track meet. It's fun and games until the old fan loving war is what I say. Especially when you're trying to you know, whatever. So, oh, you talking about dragging Beyonce, Taylor Swift, and doing three? Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like she was dragging. Well, I feel like was she trying to throw Beyonce under the bus, or was it because it's Taylor Swift? Because Taylor Swift is a hot commodity right now, so I feel like maybe her eyes was set specifically on Taylor. I don't think she was dragging Beyonce into the conversation because Beyonce hasn't toured in the last couple of months. Has it been a couple of months? It's been a while. Like when did this tour in 2023? So yeah, Beyonce hasn't toured in like the almost a year. I guess because time do be flying. We're about to be in June in a couple of days. So I don't think that she was throwing that dagger at Beyonce. I felt like all them daggers was pointing at Taylor. I said, oh God, not Spotify. And I like some stuff on Spotify. Okay, the only things I listen to on Spotify is the podcast. Like I like podcasts and stuff on there. Other than that, the music and stuff, I do not use Spotify for that. I'm pretty much an Apple Music type of person. But that's crazy that he's still on there. But look, if people want to listen to the music, it's up to them. I know people that still listen to R. Kelly. Okay, it said there was a children's book about Taylor, and there was a sentence about Taylor speaking up for racial. Is this the equivalent of Derek Barry, aka the Kevin Federline drag, running off of her mouth talking about people died during Stonewall? And then when she said that, people had the they was in the Stonewall riots and people died, and Willem was like, nobody died. I was like, no, nobody died during Stonewall. So I don't know where y'all got that from, but okay. But yeah, that's crazy because I've never heard Taylor speaking up for racial issues. Trust and believe, I would remember that. But anyway, let's move on to the big story of the day, and that is Miss Nicki Minaj. So I was not expecting to wake up this morning and hear anything about Nicki Minaj getting put in handcuffs. I don't even think she was put in handcuffs. I just think that they just put her in the car in Amsterdam and was holding her. And she did explain it because I was I just didn't want to come on here directly and just be like, well, Nicki got arrested and we sit up in here and speculate all the reasons. But as I was putting the show together, more stuff started coming out, including from her, where she basically talked about that she was accused of allegedly having drugs on her. And she said that she had no contraband. And this is the footage that she posted on her. I'm trying to think, which one I was thinking, should I do the neighborhood talk, which is all team Nicki Minaj, or should I post the one from Nicki Minaj's very own page? So we'll use Nicki's Instagram. Please hold. Okay.
Second,
Tell me again.
the police officer told me we have to offload all the luggage
Okay.
and to search everything
Okay.
of your luggage. I'm so sorry to say that.
But isn't that what you planned on doing from the get-go? Why didn't you guys search it before it went on the plane?
They did just a random quick check, but now they want to open
Why?
it. And first of all, because you filmed him, and he was like,
Because I filmed him.
Yeah, he was like, he doesn't believe me that you don't have more with you than you said.
No, he asked me, do I have any more in those purses? And I said no. And I asked him, where are my bags? They took my bags and put it on the plane before I could know what bags are on the plane.
I see.
Yeah. So.
I'm so sorry for that.
Okay, of course. What did they say?
See, the big boss came out and he was just like, that's got to be Nicki's security behind him. There was a big black man that's always protecting a rapper, right? So, look, I seen all them at when I was doing the Megan concert the other day. But anyway, so basically what she was saying was, because when I got the video this morning, the first clip that came up, she was just like, why am I being detained? Why y'all having me get in this cage? Well, because the damn sure did look like a damn cage that they put her in. And what was it? Oh yeah, so it was on the neighborhood talk when I saw that, where she basically was putting this thing and they didn't tell her why or whatever. They was like, we just got to check your bag. But I don't understand that either. It's like, if I'm gonna get on a plane to go somewhere, don't they do a bag check? Like I've been on planes before. This ain't my first time like, oh my God, I don't know how planes work. I would think that if I had a whole bunch of drugs on me in my bags, when you put it through, you know, the detectors and all the other stuff, when it goes through that little, you know, on the conveyor belt, through the metal detector and stuff, and they do the little x-ray through the bag to see what you have in there, wouldn't it pop up? And then on top of that, she's in Amsterdam, which last time I checked, it's legal to smoke weed. Like, you literally can buy weed in Amsterdam and walk around in the street smoking. Now, I've never been to Amsterdam, but I have friends who have been there and have partaken in, you know, some contraceptives of the legal kind. So she went on also to say that she posted on Twitter. She said, now they said they found weed and that other group of people have come here to weigh the pre-rolls. Keep in mind, they took my bag without consent. My security has already advised them those pre-rolls belonging to him. Oh yeah, and the pilot wants me to take my IG post down. And she said they're trying to keep me from Manchester. Another thing is, this is Amsterdam, by the way, where the weed is legal, which I told y'all. So she also, not only that, but she also claims that there's some people trying to sabotage her tour. She said, this is what it looks like when people are paid big money to try to sabotage a tour after all else failed. Everything they're done is illegal. On Twitter, she explained the situation, saying they've been trying everything they possibly can to try to stop this tour. She alleges that customs were refusing to let me see my own bags and hinted that there were attempts to plant things in her luggage, saying they're being paid big money to try to sabotage me or sabotage my tour because so many people are mad that it's this successful and they can't eat off me. They got caught stealing money from my travel/jets, got fired, got mad, etc. She continued in another post by writing, they try to make me book yet another jet. They try to make me book another jet every time, all because I fired management who I found out for years were adding on 30 to 50K on my jet and pocketing it. I fired a tour manager recently who was doing the same thing and mad he got the boot. Their goal is to make me late and to pocket 40K. So does that explain the time when I worked your Pink Friday 2 tour and you was late to the stage? Is that, now I'm just asking. Because this is insane that and I'm not surprised by this, that she would make these allegations because there are managers and there are people who will try to sabotage you and try to do slick shit. Where it's like, I'm paying you good money to be my manager or whatever the case is, but you pull in little extra stunts. Like, we've heard this happen to other celebrities where you put an extra fee on stuff and then you're pocketing it. Wasn't Kelly Clarkson going through that with her husband? Ex-husband, I'm sorry. Who, Brandon Black Sock or whatever the fuck his last name is, Black Sock. Reba McEntire's son, stepson. He was doing things too, making little shady side businesses and stuff, and Kelly didn't know about it and was pocketing the money, which now she's in court, trying to get some money, owed and all that other stuff, and not having to pay whatever she needed to pay from the situation because the husband was doing shady shit. So I don't understand why people just don't look. Say what you want about Nicki. She has done some shady things, and we've talked about it on this show. However, I do feel like it was some shady shit that was going on in regards of what these people were doing behind the scenes, whatever the case was. Maybe the ex-manager was being shady and tipped off Amsterdam or whatever, because they probably, of course, but she said they were recently fired. Of course, they're going to know her itinerary of what days that she's booked for or whatever the case is and that sort of thing, and probably put in a phone call, was like, oh, check her bags or whatever the case is and go after her. We don't know necessarily what it is. I'm sure we'll find out because Amsterdam police are probably going to talk about it, or if not, then Nicki's going to tell her side of the story, or there's going to be some people that's going to do some real thorough investigation and find out what the truth is. So this is it's still fresh. We still don't know what's going on and everything, but we'll find out. So, like I said, I can be, even if people, whenever it comes to people, I would say, especially with this show, when you wrong, we call people out when they wrong. When they right, we could be right with them. I'm not somebody that's going to just ride blind with somebody because, A, you worrying about the fans coming after you, or you want to be some type of groupie or whatever. I've been around enough celebrities and seen how this industry works and know how It's all smoke and mirrors. But if people are out here doing shady shit to Nicki, then it is something that needs to be addressed. And to me, it's not right. And it seems to be more stories coming out about Black American artists going overseas to perform places, and they're being treated like criminals, and they're enduring racial type of situations or microaggressions, whatever the case is, similar to Kelly Rowland, which we're going to get into that story later on. And when I seen that video with Kelly, I felt the same way, that y'all were just trying to do whatever it was some racial undertones under a lot of what was happening with her, when they weren't treating the white celebrities the same way as y'all was treating her. So we got to call things out as I see it, but I do hope that we find out sooner rather than later, okay, what's been going on with, what's the true tea about Nicki and all this other stuff. So yeah, I'll definitely keep you guys abreast of the story as it develops, because like I said, this is still fresh. It's only been a couple of hours since this whole incident went down. And I know she's supposed to perform in Manchester, but Robert, I believe, was telling me that Girls Aloud was supposed to be performing in Manchester. Was it around the same time or whatever? I don't know. I have to look that up. But Girls Aloud is doing really well over in Manchester, and I think they're also doing shows in Ireland and stuff. So they've been back and forth having a good old time, and nostalgia seems to be back. That everybody like these nostalgia artists. And the one thing about Nicki Minaj is, like, we can't take from her that, yes, for a solo artist, a solo rap artist, I will say this tour has been very successful. When she was at Madison Square Garden, her show was sold out. And like I told her, between a couple of little hiccups in the show, me working it and talking to the Barbs, because I told you I don't sit and do the whole online bullshit. I be having real conversations with real people. And I told you, when it comes to the Barbs, the preconceived notions about them and being trolls and other stuff, yeah, there's a handful of trolls in every stand group. But the Barbs that I was talking to at the arena, we had some real good conversations, and they was being practical and critical, and was saying, like, they didn't like the Monica section. They didn't understand why she was in there. And I said that too. I don't understand why the Monica section was included. It just didn't feel right. It felt right when she had 50 Cent up there and he did his set. But the Monica section, look, I watched. A lot of people walked out. Even one guy was like, "Is she done? Because I'm about to fall asleep," and I had to go walk for a bit. Like, somebody literally said that to me. So, and then the show went on a little too late, so people had to leave and all this other stuff, and they were complaining. I was like, okay, when is the show over? Because they weren't liking the fact that there were parts of the show that y'all should have had that setup stuff. Like, it should have been a better flow in certain things. But overall, it was a good show. It was successful. I'm sure they worked out the kinks by the time they got to overseas or whatever the case is, and we can't take that from her. So let people have a moment. Let her be great. Let her do her thing. I don't know why people trying to sabotage her. Let her make her money. This is what she does at this point. Her bread and butter is touring. Well, for most artists, I would have to say, or all artists, the bread and butter is touring. Ain't nobody making money from streams unless you're Taylor Swift, and you got a billion streams, whatever, the way you could make a shit ton of money. But not everybody is out here making the money the way they're supposed to, because this industry is a freaking, this industry is messed up in a lot of ways. So good luck to you, Nicki. Like I said, I'm going to keep the abreast of the stories that develops, because I'm sure in the next couple of days we will find out what really had happened. And I know people make their little jokes about the fact, or she has been accused of being on the booger sugar and all those things. And I don't know if that's necessarily true. I mean, I've heard some stuff. We've all heard some things. But if she want to snort the booger sugar, that's on her. If she want to, look, there's a lot of actors out here. That do drugs. I told y'all, but I didn't tell you who it was, that there was a comedian who a friend of mine saw put some booger sugar up his nose. And this was the other day when they was at a party. I would give y'all a hint, but I'm gonna try to be quiet and mind my business, because who knows? One day I'm trying to sleep with him, so I'm gonna just be quiet. But anyway, let me know what y'all think down in the comments below of this story. Okay, so oh yeah, so he is gay. That's why I said that. But anyway, so Nicki has just released and on her way. Oh, she's just been released and on her way to the concert. Well, thank you for the update. And that's the good thing about doing a live show, is that if y'all hear any latest stuff, definitely let me know. It says she keeps alluding that another artist in their team is doing this to her. Do you think it? You want to know something? I was trying not to go there, because I did hear stuff like that too, that she was implying that there were other artists trying to sabotage her. But I'm glad that she focused on the management part because, or people within her own team that's trying to sabotage her. I don't know if Megan Thee Stallion um was doing all of this. I don't know if Megan Thee Stallion is behind it. I don't know if Cardi B is behind it. I do feel like it's kind of tacky. Like if this is what y'all wasting your energy on, when Nick, if that just let's just entertain your question. I'm not saying if it's true or not, but since you asked it, I'm gonna entertain the question. I'm hoping that this is not true. It's like, Megan, you have a lot of stuff going on right now. You don't need to be focused on trying to sabotage no other person. First of all, it just came out that you just made history yourself as the first independent artist to sell out an arena, Madison Square Garden in New York, which everybody knows is the world's most famous arena. It's been around for a long time, and it's very, like, if you come to New York and you sell out Madison Square Garden, that pretty much means that you made it. And she sold it out. And then she brought out Cardi B, and, you know, she had Glorilla open, and it was packed in there. I told y'all about it the other day in my last show when we talked about it. So, I hope that this is not the case. Like, you're a successful artist, you're independent, which means you get to collect a lot more money than you would if you was on a major label. So you have a lot of fans who love and support you, and that's what you need to focus on. Y'all don't need to be focused on sabotaging or going after other artists. Just do what y'all do. You know, work on your music, you do your thing, and that's that. Now, if somebody comes and says some shady side stuff to me, I'm gonna clap back. But me, at the end of the day, I'm secure enough in myself. I'm gonna mind my business and I'm gonna do what I'm doing. It's the same thing like with other YouTubers or content creators. I'm gonna stay in my lane and do what I do. I'm not gonna sling and throw shade at someone else. But if you come at me, I'm gonna cuss your ass out. Like, you're not just gonna make a little side comment and expect, or, you know, throw subs, and then I'm not gonna retaliate. But then I realize I can't always be doing that because I be ready to smack people or cuss ass. I can't be that no more. I told you I went to jail for assault. It was not cute back in the day when I spent the weekend in jail and had to pay the fine and all other stuff because, you know, and then I learned my lesson. You cannot be running around here putting paws on people when they piss you off or when they take you to, you know, a place that you don't want to go. Not Meg goofy ass. Goofy as fuck for posting Selby's mini after the news broke. See, now when you do that, you leave yourself open for the fans to come after you. Just like I saw the other day, and the neighborhood told y'all shady for that. The other day they posted, I don't know why they posted, but they posted a video of Meg talking about something or another about, if a women should not be putting their hands on she used the N-word because then they're going to snitch or whatever the case was. And I think what they were trying to allude to was the fact that she possibly was the one that snitched to get Tory Lanez locked up. Now, I don't understand why you're using that clip to justify Tory Lanez doing the dumb shit he did. Two things, like I say on this show all the time, two things can be true at the same time. You can say these things and put your hands on somebody, and like I said this earlier, you can't just be putting your hands on people and thinking it's okay. A woman should not be putting their hands on no man. A man should not be putting no hands on no woman. And who knows what transpired in that car between her and Tory. Maybe she was drunk, and she is a tall chick. Because like I told you, I saw her the other day. She is a tall chick. So, her getting up on you know, Tory Lane's short ass, because he come up to her knees and probably pick his ass up and fling him across the room, whatever case. Well, of course, he got to do the pow to the foot. Like she was Della Reese in Harlem Nights. So sometimes maybe she had but at the same time, it's like, regardless, like same thing with Rihanna and Chris Brown. I believe Rihanna put paws on Chris Brown in the car. And Chris Brown, I don't think Chris Brown could fight. No shade, just saying. But, he had to go and bite her, do whatever the case would, give her the black eye, give her the 1-2 piece to the face. Or whatever the case was. And now because she's the girl, she's going to look at the victim. But we know how West Indian women are. I've been around enough of y'all growing up where a lot of y'all be slick at the mouth. A lot of y'all be getting up in these men's face. Not excusing the behavior. I'm just saying that these are the things that I have seen in life. And we have to be able to have these conversations without people trying to get into this whole wokeism way of thinking. I want to use that word because I feel like the word woke has been used in such a negative way when it's about bringing awareness to things of people who are marginalized. But we need to be able to have conversations without things, without people being so quick to want to cancel. Oh, you can't say that. It's like we should be able to have the conversation. And that's also why I do this show, to provide that space to have the conversation, as long as it's respectful and as long as you're not being nasty and rude about things. But this is the way a lot of people think. So I hope, if I answered the question, I hope that, Megan is not out here being petty, as I use Nicki's last name, Nicki Petty. But anyway, let's move on and let's talk about Miss Kelly Rowland, who is speaking out about the viral confrontation she had with a security guard on the Cannes red carpet. Now, Kelly has spoken out about her seemingly heated exchange with a female security guard at the Cannes Film Festival earlier this week. The exchange was caught on video and subsequently shared widely on social media platforms. And then, she and they said that she got into it with a security guard on the Marcelo Meal premiere red carpet. And I think this happened at it said that she explained the incident, in an interview with the Associated Press at the Amphar Cannes Gala in France on Thursday, May 23rd, which I believe Tiger was also at that Amphar Cannes Gala, where, the fight broke out between him and Cher. Man, we're going to get into that topic as soon as we're done with this one. But I do have the clip of Kelly speaking out about the incident that happened, because she explained it, and a lot of people were sitting there talking about what happened, why is she going at it with the lady. We watched the video. The lady kept putting her arm in the way, trying to usher her up the steps. She stepped on her train at one point. I watched the video probably 8 damn times because I was dissecting every situation that was going on in the video. So she went on they had the clip, and it premiered all over the social media platforms. So we have the clip in case you didn't see it, and now we're about to get into it. Please hold.
The woman knows what happened. I know what happened, and I have a boundary, and I stand by those boundaries, and that is it.
So there you have it. So she's basically saying, you know what? At the end of the and I feel like I think a lot of people are just shocked because they've never seen Kelly like this before. We had the incident a couple of months ago. I don't remember when. I'm just going to say a couple of months because I can't sit and remember every damn incident that happens. But the last time we talked about Kelly Rowland was during when she was promoting Mea Culpa, a movie you couldn't pay me to watch, gun to head and fully loaded. She was promoting that movie, and she went to the NBC, the Today Show. She was supposed to, I believe, co-host as well as interview with the movie. She left because they were giving her some little ass walk-in closet while they gave Jennifer Lopez this big old suite upstairs, which is what Kelly wanted. And my thing is this: if I am doing double duty as someone who's being interviewed and I'm co-hosting with you, which they ended up having at the 11th hour, they had to find Rita Ora, which it didn't take them long because Rita Ora was not interviewing. She was what's the word? She was being interviewed because she was about to appear on The Masked Singer, which did that show end already? I don't remember. I know So You Think the Dance ended, but she's the new judge on The Masked Singer because, Nicole Scherzinger is currently on, I think she's at the West End, but she's going to be coming to New York soon to do Sunset Boulevard on Broadway. So it's going to leave the West End and it's coming to New York soon. She's going to be on Broadway playing Norma Desmond, who I used to refer to my roommate as because he's so damn melodramatic. Now, which always used to be the cackle because I said, I just need you to come descend down them steps and ask me a goddamn close up because you be doing too much. So, her being accused of being a diva, I didn't like that term because y'all use diva as a negative term. And I feel like that Kelly has a right to come out and express her grievances if something's not right. And 9 times out of 10, when you're younger and you're coming up in the business, you're going to tolerate a whole lot of BS. You're going to tolerate a lot of people trying to do little microaggressions, whatever the case is, because you feel like you don't have any power. You don't know your worth. You don't know your strength or whatever. But Kelly is 43 years old. At that point in life, it's like, I've had children. I believe she has 2 kids. She's married. She's seasoned. She's been in this business for over 20 years. So she knows what she will and will not put up with it. When you hit that certain age, once you pass the 40 threshold, ain't no bullshit. You ain't putting up with nobody bullshit. And with her saying what she want to say and being like, ma'am, I need you to like step back and back off. Like, stop talking to me disrespectful. And I did see people in the comments. One person said, stood my ground. I don't care what anyone on here says. There is a classier and much elegant way to stand your ground. No one should unbalance you like that, especially a security guard. Have some grace and dignity. First of all, you know nothing about nothing. You've probably never been on a red carpet. I've done red carpets. I've been on enough red carpets. I have even been on the press side of red carpets. And when celebrities and stuff come through, there should be I guess it should be. The way that they do them is like, okay, you have people that's coming on the red carpet. There'll be somebody who announces who the celebrity is. They come do the line, they interview, ask the questions, do their little, they stand on the first. Okay, the ones that I've been to, first they do the step and repeat, which is you have the photographers on one side, the press, where they're going to take the picture, you pose, you do your step and repeat. Then on the right, it depends on the situation. But from my experience, I'll do the last one I went to, which was the RuPaul's Drag Race season 15 premiere, where all the queens was there. On the left-hand side, we had all the photographers and stuff taking their pictures. It was like 4 or 5 of them. They had to take the pictures. They do the step and repeat. On the right, you had Associated Press. You had them. What is it? I think it's called them. They had all the other press people that were there to ask the questions. So then you had them there, and then they do what they do. So they have their moment to come on and do what they need to do until you usher in the next celebrity. So whoever was the one that was letting all these celebrities through, they should have been on it in regards of like timing when each person could get in to do what they need to do in regards of taking their pictures, do they step and repeat, that sort of thing. So, and I did see also online, I think it was on Deadline or Hollywood Reporter, one of them, where they were saying like the usher, they referred to the security guard as an usher, but she was a security guard. You have your ushers and you have your security guard. The ushers on the inside. They had the security on the outside. So I don't know. More than likely, she was a security guard. Let's go with that, because that's what everybody's calling her. But you coming in and you being aggressive and you trying to move me up the steps. You don't want to give me a moment to take a picture, and you being disrespectful when we've heard stories about the French being racist. So Kelly had a right to feel how she feels. She has a right to say, oh, well, I'm not going to just sit up here and put up with your bullshit. And people should respect that. And I feel like maybe because we're not used to Kelly Rowland being like this, now everybody want to call her a diva. She got a nasty attitude. We've never heard no tea from like that coming from her. But I guarantee you this, and I know she's tired of being in Beyonce's shadow. But I'm sorry, I got to bring her up, sis. Now, we know if this was Beyonce walking this red carpet, that damn security guard would not have been doing that to her. So, shout out to you, Kelly. I'm glad you stood your ground. And that's that. But let me know what y'all think of this story down below. Okay, now let's move on from one messy damn situation at Con to another, because the rappers is out here fighting. I was like, what the hell is going on? So apparently this story is coming out that Travis and Tyga's pal and Cher's boyfriend, Alexander A.E. Edwards, were throwing them bows at each other at Richie Akiva's annual The After party in Cannes, France early Friday, nearly injuring a bevy of beauties. Now, they said models were flying everywhere in the melee. That is funny. Models were flying everywhere. What are they like? Well, I guess they say that models weigh like what, 25 pounds soaking wet. So they might have been flying. They don't eat. You know, they survive on black coffee, cigarettes, water, and booger sugar. That's that would be on the menu and keep them, in them size zeros. Well, they allegedly. Now, they said, we're told the brawl broke out around 5 a.m. where Scott, who's 33, and Tyga, who's 34, happened to be at the DJ booth around the same time. A separate source tells Page 6 that when Akiva took to the mic to shout out Tyga and Edwards, saying, we got T-Raw and A.E. in the house, the sicko mode rapper did not like the kind gesture. We're told at that point, Scott allegedly snatched the mic out of the party host's hand. First of all, he invited you. How dare you snatch a microphone? I'll be like, first of all, if this is my party, how dare you snatch a microphone out of my hand because you want to be Patti LaBelle? But anyway, let's get back to the story. So they said he allegedly snatched the mic out of the party host's hand, prompting Edwards to tell the Goosebumps rapper, let him show love. Travis was the aggressor, the source claims. He and his team were being neurotic, erratic, and crazy. He was there looking for a fight with anyone, to be honest. Now, although Scott and Tyga have bad blood, given that they both date, why am I not surprised? They both stuck it up in Kylie's coochie. We're told the altercation was not about the Kardashian star who's 26. Now, the history is there, but it's not like that's necessarily what the cause of the fight. They said there's been a long-standing tension between the two men because of their shared ex. So it's not necessarily the cause of the fight, but the tension was there because they had bagged the same chick. Y'all be out here fighting over pussy. Chill. When there's another vagina going on in the world for y'all to spread the love with. But it's just this weird incestuous cesspool of situations where y'all rappers like bagging the same, y'all like digging in the same coochie. And it just be like, for what? For brownie points, for clout? Like, I just don't understand the whole point of like why. And it's like, it's so many women out here, but y'all run for the same chick. So anyway, they said that Scott became further enraged and allegedly told they said, okay. So they said, we're told Scott became further enraged and allegedly told Tyga's security, y'all N-word want to die? A source claimed that as Edwards tried to de-escalate the situation, Scott returned with his producer friend Southside for backup. Because I guess he probably thought like he was about to get jumped. So he went to go get his producer friend. Because Alexander Edwards is a producer. So it's producer against producer, rapper against rapper. So Southside then allegedly pushed Edwards, prompting him to allegedly drag Scott across the stage, eventually throwing the father of two off it. Damn, he must weigh like 20 pounds. Now they said AE and Tyga's assistant began to beat up Travis. So Travis got jumped. Multiple sources claim to Page Six that Tyga himself did not appear to actually throw any punches. Tyga don't look like he can fight. He cute with a big old dick, but we know he can't fight. He just pretty. Look, Shane, I'm just saying. Tyga is pretty though. He a pretty boy. And said that Tyga himself did not appear to actually throw any punches, as Scott and one insider saw the Rack City rapper off this side by the DJ booth during the argument. A second source adds that Tyga was just chill the entire time. Video Page Six obtained shows Scott and Southside brawling with Edwards on stage while fellow party goers stared in shock. I wish I could see the video because I went on Page Six and there was no video there. But they said, however, we're told security, because I would have showed y'all the video. However, we're told security was eventually able to break up the scuffle and everyone continued to party at the historic French estate Domaine La Delecta as if nothing happened. They said Scott and Southside ran to their cars while Tyga, Edwards, and their pals stayed in the French fete. The party went on until about 9 a.m., but it was beginning to wind down during the incident. Well, I guess because everybody got their fill watching this whole fight break out. The fight went on a pretty long time before security got in. Someone cut the music and finally calmed everything down. A separate insider highlights that no one was seriously hurt in the argument. And of course, none of the reps have spoken out about this situation. But I will say this. I kind of want to know what the tea, what's the tea? I want to know what the tea is because shit, y'all out here brawling and stuff. Well, look, I managed to get a photo of the situation. So you can see this is Alex here because I see that blonde hair. And then Southside, they said, is right here in the smaller circle. And this big lump of lard obviously got to be security. So what is going on? What is in the water over in France? Because it just seems like y'all go over the con and nobody know how to act. You got rappers out here fighting at clubs. You got Kelly Rowland getting into it with security. Child, I ain't going to France. Keep my ass in America. But these days, if that orange turd win, we might have to go to another damn country because don't nobody want to deal with that fascist wannabe fascist. But anyway, so I say all this, and then I heard some people say like Cher needs to dump Alex because he's trouble, whatever the case was. But from the story, he tried to de-escalate the situation. So I don't understand where he's being problematic and where he's being trouble. And my thing is this, Cher is damn near 80. If she want to get her back blown out by somebody who's pushing 40, then let her do what she do. I just want to know what's going on with Amber Rose, because Amber Rose done lost her damn mind, and that bitch had passed crazy out here supporting Trump and making transphobic comments when she looked like she just transitioned and was being out here trying to throw shade at the trans community. Yeah, that shit is all on social media, so now she's trying to do all this crazy whacked out stuff because she want attention, because apparently that old slut walk ain't giving her no damn money. Or I guess she ain't making no money from trying to be, a logical thinker or take the higher road or doing the right thing, whatever the case is. So you come out here and you say the most radical, craziest thing that gets you attention. But I don't understand like why people saying like, oh, she needs to dump, that Cher needs to dump Alex. Like, look, if he not doing nothing to hurt or harm her or sabotage her career, or he's stealing her money or doing all kinds of crazy stuff, Cher can get her back blown about whoever the hell she wants. She grown and she know what the hell she doing. So people need to leave a relationship alone. What he's getting into with Tiger and all of them, or Travis Scott or whatever the case is, that's between them. They ain't got shit to do with Cher. She grown, like I said, and is an icon. And if she want to get her back blown out by that boy, let her. But let me know what y'all think of the story down below. Okay, so they said Alex upgraded to Cher with. It was funny. I was just throwing shade at Amber Rose and hear you in the comments doing the same thing. Because, look, Amber ain't got no damn money. She ain't got no pot to piss in the window, throw it out. And I feel like that damn tattoo that's on her forehead, the ink must have seeped in her hollow-ass brain, because all of a sudden now she want to sit up in here and endorse Trump and all of a sudden. And then you got dumbass Nimrod Haley endorsing Trump and talking about he need to go after her followers up. So now you say this halfway to the November race. All of a sudden now you want you endorsing Trump when she another liar. But I do a sidebar. I do love the shade that people have been throwing around about, the beach blonde, bad built butch body lady, Neanderthal Barbie. Because I saw like she was in DC, and I don't know if she was at the airport, she was somewhere, and people was trolling her with the the bad built beach blonde butch, whatever. Look, that's a whole lot of B's you put in there. She was just missing Big Back. That's what she need to do. She need to add Big Back in there somewhere, because Marjorie is shaped like a linebacker, and you out here trying to read people on their eyelashes, which is a microaggression towards Black women. Even though white women, y'all wear fake eyelashes too, but that was a microaggression towards a Black woman. But you shouldn't be out here talking when you basically shaped like a linebacker. She got what's his name? She got Michael Strahan body. I was trying to find like a big burly football player that I could think of. That's what she be giving physically, in the face of some out of Planet of the Apes, but got the nerve to be out here trying to read people on looks. I was like, please, don't be throwing no shade. I just want to get paid, in the way of in the words of RuPaul. Now let's move on. Now, speaking of people, in these May December romances that, well, she's no longer getting her back blown up by no young Trey. Let's talk about Madonna, because she's single again. So apparently she and Josh Popper have called it quits. Madonna's 65 and Josh is 30. I think the last time we seen them two together was he was at the I almost said reinvention tour, child. Now that was like 20 some odd years ago when it came out. But which I believe that there was a recent thing I saw online where people were celebrating like the or I posted on my social media where they were celebrating the anniversary of that reinvention tour, and I love that tour. But look, Madonna, I have to give it up to you. Madonna knows how to pick them when it comes to the guy that she dates. Because Josh was fine. Well, he is fine. So I definitely see why she got with him. Like, I like them. I don't know. He looks Latino to me. He could be mixed. But that's that New York rough trade. So I see why Madonna was smitten by him. But anyway, let's get into the tea. So the former couple met through the 65-year-old superstar's son, David Bando, who was taking boxing lessons for Popper at Breadwinner's Gym in New York City. Madonna has barely seen Josh for months because her schedule was so hectic. Things just fizzled out. This is what a source told The Sun. The insider added, there is genuinely no bad blood. They're still fond of each other. At the moment, their relationship doesn't feel feasible, and they've cooled things off, but they are staying friends. Their split comes 7 months after the Queen of Pop kicked off her long-awaited celebration tour at London's O2 Arena in October of 2023. She wrapped the tour earlier this month with a massive free concert in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. The pair were first romantically linked in early 2023 following her breakup with backup dancer Malik Williams in 2022. Last March, she supported him during one of his boxing matches in New York as she cheered him on from the audience. Now, over their short-lived relationship, Popper remained by the Mama Six's side battle with a serious bacterial infection, which required her to stay in the ICU for multiple days last summer. He also joined her on trips around the world, including one in Portugal for her birthday last August. Now, in December, Popper joined the Vogue singer on stage during her celebration tour stop, as you can see in the picture that I have up above, in Brooklyn, where they shared a kiss in front of a crowd exceeding 14,000 people. Since then, the duo hasn't been seen together in public. And it's funny because I did not read this article, and I said that this, I believe, is the last time that we have publicly seen Madonna and Josh together on, in public. Child, didn't they say the same thing about Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck? But we're going to get into that tea later on into the show. But Madonna's busy. And honestly, no shade, but I'm not surprised that they're not together, that they've broken up, because, Madonna's a busy woman. We've seen the pictures of, what is it? Well, I sort of, what was it? There was a picture recently of her in the studio that she's working on music. Now, I don't think it's touching up audio, whatever the case is, for the celebration tour. They could use a lot of the backing vocals that she used the majority of their tour and incorporate that into the show, or she could just pick up. But I really feel like she's in the studio working on new music, which she was doing before the tour kicked off, before the bacterial infection situation happened and that sort of thing. She was working on the tour and she was recording music with Max Martin around the same time. So she was multitasking, and it probably just, she stretched herself thin. So I totally get it that she's busy. And that's another thing too that people have a hard time realizing, that when you're a superstar like a Madonna, and I'm not trying to look down on Josh, but Josh is a boxer. He's a coach. He also boxes, and I'm sure he's busy with his life, and Madonna's busy with hers, and trying to find that time to actually, spend time with each other is fairly difficult because she's always on the go. She's raising 4 children. The other 2 are grown. And so she doesn't have time to be sitting out here, I guess, putting a lot into the relationship. And you know what? I think also what happens is that when you're traveling a lot and you're on tour and you're worrying about your kids and they're a part of the tour, and then you're worrying about so many things as a businesswoman with the tour happening, and then all the dancers and creating this family environment, and you're barely seeing your boyfriend because he's off doing his own thing. He can't just be dropping everything that he's doing in New York to go travel the world with you. It does take its toll. So I'm glad there was no bad blood between them. It was just amicable. And then it just happened that, they couldn't make it work. So shout out to Madonna. I'm sure she'll find love in a hopeless place. But look, at this point, child, you're 65 years old, about to be 66 in August. Don't settle. Don't get married. Just go. Look, if you same thing with Cher. If you end up being that type of woman, and I don't ever see Madonna getting married, because I don't think any man would ever be able to measure up to Madonna, the icon. That's a lot to live up to. Look, Guy Ritchie couldn't do it. Sean Penn couldn't do it. So many other men in her life couldn't do it. So I always think Madonna's going to be a forever bachelorette. But who needs to get married? Child, marriage is overrated. But look, if it works for you, it works for you. I'm not going to judge somebody who gets married or wants to get married, whatever the case is. My parents are still together. They've been married for 46 years, I believe. So they've been married a long damn time, Chad. So marriages work. I know a lot of people in my family, like my grandparents on both sides, my father's parents, my mother's parents, married until their significant other passed away. My grandmother on my father's mother, they were married until she died a month after 9/11 from cancer. And my grandfather, my mother's father, they were married for I don't know how long until he passed away. I believe he had cancer too. Cancer seems to be a thing that runs in my family. So, so I've seen long-term marriages work, even if they weren't perfect, and you find out later on the shady shit that transpired in certain marriages between certain people. But Madonna to me always seemed like she's going to be that forever bachelorette. And that's fine. You can, like I said, be like Cher. Cher's pushing 80 and still getting her back broken by these young boys. And, you know, the young ones, they like the older people. So if I get to be that age, trust and believe, I'm going to get me a little young thing and tear that coochie up. But not too young, though, because I ain't doing no 25, 22, 17. I don't find nothing attractive. I need somebody at that age. I need somebody who is young enough physically and in the face, but you're a little seasoned in, you know, you got a little wisdom up in you. Like you've been around the world and like you know some shit, or you wise beyond your years. I'm not getting with somebody where I gotta teach you about life. I ain't got time. Because those will be the ones that you hear about that get manipulated and groomed in a whole bunch of other situations like Diddy and Cassie. But I ain't trying to do no situation like that where it's like, oh, you're 17, you're wet behind the ears, and I got to teach you about life. No, you need to go out and live life. And then when you lived enough, then we can get together. So, you know, I had to put this picture up there because look at his fine ass. Look at that body. Look at my body. Look at my body. Don't I look sexy? Don't I look sexy? You know, that was the only song from Empire that I like. The rest of them songs I was like trash, but that was the only song from that show I like. But anyway, let me know what you think of this tea down in the comments below. Do you feel that Madonna one of these days will find love in a hopeless place, or will she be a forever bachelorette? And is there any gay boys out there that look like Josh? If there is, child, slide into my DMs because I'm trying to get some of that. But anyway, let me know what y'all think in the comments down below. Yes, I'm out here being a whore, and I'm not ashamed. But anyway, let me read these comments. You want to know something? I'm glad you brought that up because I be forgetting about baby Jack Nicholson, a.k.a. Leonardo DiCaprio. Why does Leonardo DiCaprio get such a hard time dating much younger people, but Madonna doesn't? No, she does. Madonna definitely gets dragged for dating younger men. Cher gets dragged for dating younger men. They're always talking about, oh, she old, robbing the cradle. Oh, he with grandma. Like, I've read the comments where people do throw shade at Madonna for dating younger men, and she's been doing it for a long time. They was doing it to her back when she was with Alan Malik. Or when she dated, what was it? She dated the Brazilian model. Like, Madonna been dating, you know, the 20-somethings for a long time. Leonardo DiCaprio gets dragged. But you did say that he does, but I think it's the way that he goes about it. It's like, oh, you only date girls up to the age of 25, and then when you when they hit when it's their 26th birthday, I guess, is when he dumps them for the next younger thing, and it's always Victoria's Secret models or some sort of thing. At this point, is Victoria's Secret still around? Because now it's going to get to a point where Leo's going to just be on Instagram hunting for the next model, or going through the whole Wilhelmina, you know, book. The lookbook to find the next young thing, the next young bony thing, because all them girls ain't got no ass. But if that's what y'all like, if you like it, I love it. So yeah, she gets hate or dragged for dating younger guys. It said Jesus Luz loved her, but they broke up because he couldn't give what the 23-year-old wanted: children. That's another thing too, is the fact that also plays a factor. It's like, it's all fun and games and it's all great that you can get into a sexual relationship with someone who's older, but you got to realize at a certain age, them eggs is going to get powdered. And if you want to have children, you ain't going to be able to have kids with someone who's younger. For example, look at Sofia Vergara and Joe Manganiello. Joe Manganiello, I have to say, he is gorgeous in person. Very good looking man. And tall. I met a lot of celebrities. I told you I met Hugh Jackman too. I almost jumped his ass in a damn elevator, but I had to calm myself because I was like, I'm not getting fired. I'm not going to jail for harassment. But that is a good looking fucking man. But anyway, so I say all that to say, what was I? That's another thing that plays a factor too. When you get with somebody, if you're a young guy and you're into an older woman, if you're trying to be a dad one day, if you're trying to have kids, look, the IVF, all that stuff, I get that's like a risk you want to take and all this other stuff, and you got to deal with all kind of possible side effects, whatever it is. But yeah, you need to. It's the thing you have to worry about is the possibility that, okay, if you're going to want to spend the rest of your life with this person and you love them, if they can't give you children, then what? So is it like we're gonna get a surrogate to carry the child? That's a younger, more fertile woman who's gonna take Madonna's egg or whatever, and because she got to take the IVF, I guess, so it could produce eggs or whatever the case is, and then you got to take his sperm and you got to mix it in, a little petri dish, and then you put it in the surrogate, and then she winds up carrying it to term because there could be a lot of risks that an older woman puts on her body. Because we know Halle Berry and so many other women have had children when they were older, but I don't know what that damage possibly could have done to their body. So those factors playing it as well. So yeah, I could definitely say that's what it is. Like, yeah, most young men leave them because they can't have kids. So it's like, while it's great to be in a sexual relationship with an older woman, that's a huge factor that people have to worry about, is the fact that, if you want to have children, you're not going to be able to have one with a woman who's 65, with a woman who's pushing 70, with a woman who's pushing 80. And it's like, yeah, you love the wisdom and they're probably young at heart and stuff, but child, a young mind don't produce a baby. So at this point, anyone who dates her should know that she can't, that too, is that they should know that. I've had too many young guys with that very problem, looking good and young, but not intellectually my equal. Lucky for me, I see signs enough. Exactly. And shout out to Linnea. And I, like I said, it's like, see, look, when we had the experience, we could speak on it. So yeah, it's like, I'm all for, like getting and hooking up with young guys. I've hooked up with guys that are younger than me. The problem is, if that intellect isn't there, I can't. Like, sex is great and everything, but if you don't have that emotional intellect, if you can't be able to engage in a conversation with me, if I bring up a reference or I bring up something and you just looking at me like I got 3 damn heads, like if you don't know nothing about Buffy the Vampire Slayer or Sex of the City or, who's an artist from back in the day? If I bring up Avril Lavigne, or if I bring up Britney Spears, and I bring up all this stuff, you mean that girl that be twirling in her foyer? No, the girl that saying, oops, I did it again. Like, if I use a reference from like 20 years ago and you being in your 20s and you don't understand the pop culture references that I be bringing up on this show, then I can't fuck with you on a relationship level. I need you to be able to have at least a broader spectrum of things going on in the world and not just be talking some shit about TikTok. See, and the one thing with me is that I focus and I pay attention to everything that's going on. So even if it's young stuff from my era, or not young stuff because it's not young, that's older. So it's like stuff from my era as well as what's going on now, because you have to keep your ear to the street to know what's going on in the world, like TikTok and things of that nature. I'll be knowing about that, but if you can't take the same effort to learn about things of the future and the past, and I do see some young people that do that. I do see some young people that have been discovering a lot of music from my era and been listening to it and doing their whole deep dive and stuff on YouTube. So those are the type of people I like and I appreciate. So Madonna started dating young guys after her divorce of Guy. I think the divorce of Guy pushed her away from getting married again. Yeah, so it could be an intentional thing. It's like, you know what? I purposely date guys who I know eventually will want a family, but I'm just like having fun. And I hope going in, this is a conversation that they have where it's just like, oh no, I'm just here to have a good time. I'm here to have fun. I'm not here to catch feelings. I'm not here to fall in love. But a lot of times I think when you're in heterosexual relationships, it's hard to be like, oh yeah, I'm trying to have a relation. Like, I don't want to get serious. I just want to fuck. I just want you, if I'm in the mood, I just want you to like shove it up at me and bang me up against the wall for like an hour. I know some people like an hour. I'm like, who does, short sex? I like sex that lasts a while. I'm not somebody that is like, okay, we got to be done in 10 minutes, unless it's required that we do a quickie. I'm all for like stretching that shit out. And why not? If men can master the art of edging, y'all can master the art of fucking for a long time. I said Leo needs to lose his 6-pack. He don't have no 6-pack. Have you seen pictures of Leo DiCaprio lately? Look him up. Miss Mama's got a gut. He is not in the best of shape. Now, I'm sure he'll probably get in shape if it's required when he's in the gym, but I've been seeing pictures of him on yachts, shirtless, and he got a belly, and it's hanging over, over the waist, the elastic on his pants or his shorts, whatever he does. So Leo is not in the best of shape, and like Felix said, he's not aging well, and he isn't. He is not as cute as he was back in the day. But Leo was like, Robert did say, because I didn't finish reading the comment. He said Leo needs to lose his 6-pack if he wants to date the girls. It's one thing to gain weight for films, but to keep it piling on with Leo, he's not the looker he once was a decade ago. But yeah, he got a dad bod. But you know what? Some of them dad bods be cute. I don't mind a dad bod. Sometimes them guys be wearing it well. But my thing is, I don't understand how you be out here looking like a full-on hot sloppy mess, and you still bagging girls. But that could be because Leo DiCaprio is Leo DiCaprio. He's a well-known actor with a lot of money and a lot of access. And sometimes women will forego that and overlook that. And some men will overlook that if it gives them a leg up in the world of having that status, of being invited into a room and getting to hang out with this big major celebrity. Some girls will look the other way. It was like, oh yeah, he don't have the best body, but he got a big dick, and he buys me gifts, and he bought me he took me to Hermes. He got me a Birkin bag. He got me some Louis Vuittons. Like, he got me all that stuff. The other day he bought me a pair of Giuseppe Zanotti boots. So, some people will overlook those things to get what they want to get out of a situation. We've seen girls get with men that are trying to look at Portia and Simon. You can't tell me she was in love with him. And we come, all the tea that came out about them, we see it hasn't. Yeah, I got you. We said beer belly. They said that's a dual meaning of a 6-pack of beer. Okay, that's exactly probably what it was. Like he got a 6-pack of beer in that belly. I do like beer, and it sucks because I noticed as you get older, it's so hard to maintain your figure and try to maintain a certain kind of weight or whatever. But I do love my vices. I love my beer. I like certain things, but it's like, yeah, this is why I have to always be in the gym, like working out 3-4 times a week, because I like to eat. I like to drink. Not often, but often enough. All right, so let's move on and let's talk about Lady Gaga, who was apparently pissed off her damn fans. So the gays apparently were down for sniffies, not the sniffles, while attending the Chromatica tour. Shout out to out.com for that little line. Now, on Thursday, May 23rd in LA, Lady Gaga attended the world premiere of her newest HBO concert film, Gaga Chromata Ball. During the Q&A section of the event, Gaga reveals that she did 5 concerts, and this is what pissed a lot of people off, of the Chromatica tour while being sick with COVID. Now, we do have a clip, courtesy of Out, because they were the ones who asked her the question. So we're going to play that clip, and then we'll come back with my thoughts.
Something maybe you've never said out loud before that you'd be willing to share today?
I did 5 shows with COVID.
Okay. First of all, what the hell is she wearing? Why is she giving me... Y'all remember, what was her damn name? From the Dark Crystal, the lady was like, questions, too many questions. You want a shard? Yeah. Like, she gives me very much like that creature lady from the Dark Crystal in this outfit. I know Gaga trying to do the whole weird costume thing again, but I don't know. This humpback witch look is not the tea. But I know a lot of people was upset over the fact that she basically went on and did this and actually admitted this. And they were saying, oh, she put people at risk and all this other stuff. And did she though? I feel like she did let people know. And she did say that, you know what, I let people know to not, that if you want to step away, hold on a second, because I want to pull up the rest of what she said. Where is it? Okay, so now it said many people on social media, Little Monsters included, shared their concern, shock, and even disappointment in reaction to these statements. For 5 concerts, there could have been a very wide spread of COVID-19 between the singer and her audience. There were also crew and cast members who did the show alongside Gaga for the Chromatica Ball tour to think about. It was also not particularly laudatory to justify those actions by saying the concert goers were all putting themselves in harm's way every day coming to the show. When the Chromatica Ball tour was going on from July 17th to September 17th, so she did a tour for 2 months. Ticket holders for any live event were specifically asked not to attend those events if they felt any COVID-related symptoms. So it's a bit gaggy that the singer herself followed through with doing 5 entire concerts while experiencing symptoms. And my thing is this: I get that you want to do right by your audience and not put them at risk in regards of, you know, getting them sick and things of that nature. I get that that's something that you don't want to do. That I don't want to cancel because it's going to be disappointing. If y'all seen the new Celine Dion trailer for the documentary that I am excited to see, because I love me some Celine, and I definitely love the trailer that I saw where she was talking about, she said the hardest part is not getting on stage to perform. The hardest part is canceling on your fans and letting them down. So I totally get it. A lot of times when we're in these spaces, you don't want to let the fans down. You don't want to let the people that solely depend on you for certain things. You don't want to let those people down and be like, oh, you know what? We have to postpone, whatever the case is. But if you're sick, you postpone those shows. That's the right thing to do. Now, I understand you could tell people that, you know what, I am sick with COVID, wear your mask and all sort of stuff. But here's the thing. Now, the backup dancers who have no choice, I don't think they can take off. I don't think they have the option of not getting up on stage with you, because when you put on a show as elaborate as Lady Gaga's, because Lady Gaga puts on the similar type of show that a Beyonce, a Madonna, and those type of artists will put on, where it's like, it has a full structure beginning to the end, where it's like the dancers come out and they do whatever they do at the certain times of the show. You get on there, you play your piano, and you put your costumes on. The people backstage have to get you in and out of your costume in 90 seconds and all this other stuff. So there's a flow when you do a live show. And if you were sick, you could have just been like, you know what? We're going to have to tell the venue that we're going to have to move these shows to another time, and you'll have to make it up to them because you have COVID. But in the meantime, you're taking the precautions. You're wearing your mask. You're taking your antibiotics. You're doing those things. And COVID is no joke back then. I know that it's changed so much where it's gotten better and people aren't dying from this autoimmune type of situations or complications. But I do feel like you are putting not only your crew at risk and your dancers, but you're putting the audience at risk. Because I told her, I truly believe, and I didn't get checked, but I felt like when I went to Madonna's concert, because like they said, if you are feeling sick, don't show up. Take the time off or whatever. But I know like there was some people like, oh, I'm not gonna miss this moment. So I know people sliding up in there with sick anyway. Hence when I went to Madonna's concert, because I felt like somebody up in there had COVID or the flu or whatever kind of symptoms, because I did get flu-like symptoms. And I ended up sick from that show. And I didn't start feeling it until like towards the end of the show. So somebody gave me something. I was around somebody that had that shit. I don't know, it could have been in somebody in my area, in the section that I was at, or it could have been the people I was encountering when I went to go get my drinks. It could have happened in the bathroom anytime. So somebody was up in there with some sickness and gave it to me. So if you are feeling sick, it's like, I feel like this was very irresponsible on her part. And this could be like her trying to have like this big, shocking, controversial moment. So that way she can get some sort of attention or some buzz for the concert. Now, don't get me wrong. I will be watching the Chromatica Ball because it comes on tonight. I don't know what time, probably like 8 o'clock or whatever. It'll end up on HBO Max. I told you I don't have cable, but I have streaming services. So the concert will be up and I'll be watching it. And whenever I do a show, I don't know if it'll be, I don't know, I may do if there's enough tea that comes out over the weekend in the next 2 days, I may do a Memorial Day show. I know some people are like, I'm going to take the day off. For what? If ain't nothing going on, why not get on the internet and run my mouth, right? So I say all this to say, girl, do better. I don't feel like you get brownie points for saying, oh yeah, I performed 5 shows with COVID. Okay. What do you want, a cookie? Let me give you the Nancy Pelosi. The Nancy Pelosi clap. It's like, you don't get no brownie points for saying that you perform with COVID, because that's putting people in harm's way. COVID is no joke. I know people that died from that sickness, from that disease. So yeah, girl, you sound like a whole damn fool. And I'm excited to see the tour. I didn't pay to go see it. She didn't even do a lot of shows. But yeah, to me, it's just like, you were dumb for even revealing. I would have kept that shit to myself. But yeah, but anyway, so let me know what you guys think of this story down below. Will y'all be going to see Miss Germanata tonight? Let me know in the comments. But oh yeah, see now, I think this is the look. Because I was like, what the hell is she wearing? I think this is the look, actually, that she was wearing when she did that, when she was being interviewed by, with, the clip that we just showed from Al. This is basically what the outfit looked like. I'm like, I'm not liking it. It looks stupid, but I understand. It's fashion. And I'm like, I'm glad that she's still working with Nicola Formichetti. I'm glad she still sticks with the same people. But she said that this is what she would have worn if she went to the Met Gala. But it looks like she wore it, since she didn't wear it to the Met Gala, she wore it in this picture, and she wore it to that interview. But anyway, let me know what you guys think of this story down below. Okay, so we have comments. Oh, I keep saying we have questions, because we don't. Oh, it might be a question in here. Chill. Back to her Madonna copycat stage. I love my family when they notice. We know what you're doing. Your fans don't, but we do. Alexa, play She's Not Me. And she never will be. It said she looks like Quasimodo in that. Nail on the head. I don't know. I couldn't think about Quasimodo, but that would be absolutely correct. She is giving Quasimodo meets Catwoman tease with that fashion look. And so I'm not fucking up doing no hunchback shit for no damn fashion, and I wind up with a hunchback in real life. So the queen of pop, queen of super spreader. Well, look, at least she the queen of something. It was like she put thousands of people at risk. Anyone who was at those shows could have spread COVID to their friends and families. And I hate the fact that there's some people discarding it. Oh, well, y'all need to calm down. There was no big deal. It's like, okay, so yeah, you did. I don't think people know how COVID works. It's like y'all were indoors. So it is a super spreader. One person could pass it and so on and so forth. And yeah, even though she might be a couple of feet away from y'all on the stage, I'm sure that when you're in there, it does spread, around. It's a super spreader. So you did put not only yourself and your crew, but you put your audience at risk. And like I said, you don't get brownie points for being like, oh, well, I performed with Cohen. But okay, you could have canceled. There's a lot of celebrities that canceled on stuff due to COVID. They encourage it. Regular job or Hollywood career. But anyway, chill. Let's move on and talk about this shit. This Apple Music situation. So the other day, Apple Music, they were doing like a little 10 each countdown when it comes to the top 100 albums of all time. And they anointed Lauryn Hill as the Apple Music champion of the person who has the #1 album regards the top 100 albums of all time. They say Apple Music's list has been a social media lightning rod since launching. Some have taken issue with the lack of Latin, country, jazz, and dance albums, and R&B. Y'all need to throw that in there too, because Jermaine Dupri had a bone to pick with them on that. But we'll get into Jermaine Dupri's thing in a second. But one of the things I will say is that they were complaining, yes, about the lack of Latin, country, jazz, and dance albums that have helped shape contemporary music. Others took the ranking itself to task for favoring recent albums over older, more foundational ones. I agree with that, especially because we've had this conversation on this show in regards of recent albums not having the same impact and cohesiveness that older albums have. When artists back in the day, like let's use for example a Beatles, someone of that era, David Bowie, Madonna, Tina Turner, those sort of artists, there was a beginning, middle, and end to their music. Their music always told a story. When you listen to a lot of the newer artists now, a lot of y'all are not putting out strong bodies of work. Y'all just throwing a bunch of singles and a record or some bops and just trying to see what sticks. Which is why I do agree. It's like how you got Bad Bunny on a list, but no Don Omar and no Daddy Yankee. If it wasn't for them, there would be no Bad Bunny. So I don't understand why you putting Bad Bunny, Un Verano Sin Ti over as like one of the most prominent records. But we'll get into that in a second because I did put in my notes, all the tweets and things that people went in with their gripes and all that other stuff. So they say it's not clear who specifically made these rankings. Well, I want to know because it's probably, see, this is some shit I would expect from Rolling Stone. Because Rolling Stone has always been raked over the coals over their stupid lists. But in regards of Apple Music, I'm like, y'all out your damn mind. And look, I refuse to listen to the thing because when I go on my Apple Music, and I've been doing that for a couple of days, they do have the thing of like, if you want to listen to all the songs or whatever that we put in the thing, no, I'm not giving y'all that energy because first of all, I don't agree with a lot of y'all lists. First of all, it's no shade. I like Lauryn Hill's album. It was back in the day. It did have a cultural impact 20 some odd years ago when it came out. It was like 25 years ago. It was like, yes, Lauryn Hill's album was everything is everything. It damn sure was at the time. However, her beating Michael Jackson's Thriller, y'all done lost your damn mind. And y'all knew this was going to be controversial because if you put Michael Jackson's Thriller, it wouldn't have gotten as much talk as you putting Lauryn Hill as number one. So they said albums that represent, this is how they made their picks. Albums that represented a cultural moment for the artist or genre. Albums that were complete thoughts, not just collections of hit songs. I'm calling bullshit on that one because a lot of these a couple of albums on here where people accuse are just collections of hit songs. It's not a completely thought out record. Like it has like I said, beginning, middle, and end, like it was a story. Like a fully realized concept. Albums that thoroughly represent culture in production and lyrics, albums that inspired a generation to want to create more music, albums that represent the best in storytelling, musicianship, recording, and production, albums that are timeless and reach far beyond the genre categorization. Now, I'm going to read, let's go to, and then I'm going to get to the tweets. I'm going to do 100 to 90. So coming in at number 100 was Robin's Body Talk. First of all, I love that record. It was cut up in 3 parts. That record should be higher because if it wasn't for someone like a Robin, there would be no Charlie XCX. There would be no Shy Girl. She ushered in that whole genre of that emo electronic type of music. There would be no Tove Lo or Tuve Lo, however you want to call her. Like she's ushered in so many of those brands of artists. Troye Sivan, a lot of them, they do that sort of genre of music where she was doing that experimental electropop, hyper pop type of sound, hyper house, disco, electronic vibe. Number 99, Eagles, Hotel California. 98, Travis Scott, Astroworld. 97, Rage Against the Machine, subtitled. 96, Lord, Pure Heroin. 95, Usher, Confessions. It seems like to me they're picking their biggest, most culturally impactful records. And if y'all were going to do that, then y'all should have just did that with everybody's record. Because to pick Madonna's Like a Prayer, but not Confessions on the Dance Floor, or at least Ray of Light, when everybody feels like Ray of Light was the peak album, not Like a Prayer. Because I do feel like they did put Madonna's Like a Prayer, and I'm like, yeah, Madonna's Like a Prayer came in at 77. Yeah, Like a Prayer was a good song, and it had some bops on it, but when people talk about Madonna's records, Like a Prayer is not it's a good album, but that's not the peak Madonna record. Especially in my generation. We talking about Ray of Light. Or I guess based on our mood, it does depend. But anyway, so they said Usher Confessions at 95, Burial Untrue. I don't know who that is. At 94, Solange, A Seat at the Table in 93, 92, Tyler the Creator, Flower Boy, and 91, George Michael, Listen Without Prejudice, Volume 1. Now in 90 is AC/DC, Back in Black, and they do have Lady Gaga on there, so I'll throw her in. The Fame Monster Deluxe Edition was 89, and to me, I feel like that was her peak record. That was a record that really put Lady Gaga on the map. Ever since then, she's kind of fallen off. The music hasn't been impactful, but the Fame, I will say, was like the thing that catapulted her to the big success. Now, in regards of 10 to 1, number 10, Beyonce, Lemonade. Depending on who you talk to, some people don't feel like, well, to me, that feels like that's peak Beyonce, where she truly solidified herself as a true concept artist. Nirvana's Nevermind, that was their breakout record, because Nirvana was making, the music, but then they became like the kings of the grunge movement with Nevermind. That was the album that really catapulted them to pop success, which we all knew Kurt Cobain detested, hence why it was the drug overdose and the blow in the brain, killing himself and that sort of thing. Number 8, Amy Winehouse, Back to Black. That was her breakthrough record. Kendrick Lamar, Good Kid, Mad City. That was his breakout record. Stevie Wonder, Songs in the Key of Life. His breakout record. Frank Ocean. Who listens to that dry ass music? But anyway, they got him in there. Number 4, Prince of the Revolution, Purple Rain. That was his breakthrough record. I mean, Prince has had many records, but that was the big record that catapulted him to superstardom. The Beatles, Abbey Road. 2, Michael Jackson, Thriller. Lauryn, which was his biggest album ever, because that record sold 30 million worldwide. And Lauryn Hill, The Miseducation. And I feel like if that was what y'all was going to do with this whole situation, why couldn't they say that? Instead of trying to feed us this bullshit. Now they do have, they said the 100 best albums list only featured 10 LGBT artists. Shout out to Out for this. So 93 was Flower Boy by Tyler the Creator. Number 2, Listen Without Prejudice, George Michael. The Fame Monster, as we talked about, with Lady Gaga, 89. Is she part of the queer community? Because she another one that's, I'm bisexual. We ain't never seen you licking no cat. So I don't know if I believe that. But she's an ally. So I guess they included in that, the QIA part. 78, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road by Elton John. Like a Prayer by Madonna. Madonna's not part of the queer community, but she is an influence on the culture. The Queen is Dead by the Smiths. Number 66, number 60, The Velvet Underground and Nico, The Velvet Underground, Nico. Number 30, When We All Fall Asleep, Where Do We Go, Billie Eilish. Number 24, The Rise and Fall of Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars by David Bowie. Blonde by Frank Ocean. Oh yeah, like I said, Blonde from Frank Ocean. Child, get off my line with this bullshit. But let's entertain what the people said, because that was more interesting than this stupid ass list. So Old Man Ebro, who was over there at Apple, said voters of the 100 best on Apple Music were challenged to not vote for our favorites, but albums that represented a cultural moment for the artist or genre, and that was with the whole list. And it said albums that were complete thoughts, not just collection of hit songs. So we said they were challenged not to vote for our favorites. So he was up in there voting too. So Jermaine Dupri said albums that inspired a generation to want to create more music. And had I go, sign. One person said, well, that list was something. No Mariah, Whitney, Barbara Streisand, Celine, Tina Turner, no Ray of Light, no Teenage Dream, no Blackout, no Melodrama. For those who don't know, Madonna was Ray of Light. Katy Perry was Teenage Dream. Blackout was Britney Spears. And that was her breakthrough record, her peak record, because she took more risks with that one. And Melodrama is Lord. Apple Music put Like a Prayer at 77, and Ray of Light wasn't even included, while some random ass albums made it in the top 30. A joke. OMG. Another person put Brandy, Mariah Carey, Whitney Houston, Toni Braxton, Nicki Minaj, FOH. Don't forget Little Kim. She wasn't on there either. And here's the thing. When you're talking about people, say what you want about Nicki Minaj, but Pink Friday, her debut album, deserves to be up in there in the conversation. Little Kim's Hardcore deserves to be a part of the conversation. So I don't know why they were not included. Another person put, so how was All Eyes on Me 62? And where is the Don Illuminati 7-Day Theory, DS2, Life After Death, I Am Nas, DMX, Dark and Hell is Hot? It was no cultured people on the panel, huh? Another person put all that just to put this bland top album with basic production and cringy lyrics at number 18. If y'all want to gag over who they talking about, please hold. That's what they talk about, Chad. They talk about Miss Taylor Swift. But here's the thing. Don't be throwing shade at 1989 because Max Martin did that with the production. So we're not going to throw shade entirely on 1989. But then Taylor's Virgin, she probably went in and changed it because, first of all, the word on the curb was the reason why her and Max were, butted heads and kind of like parted ways and weren't cordial with each other because she wanted a producer credit on the album and he was not trying to give that to her. Which kind of has me wonder because he and Madonna work together. And Madonna always wants a producer or co-producer credit on her music. And one thing about Madonna, she is going to get her producer's credit. So if Max Martin thinks that he's going to work with Madonna and not get a producer's credit, and she not get a producer's credit, then he has another thing coming. So that's kind of what made me wonder with that. Another person said there's no way that these points were taken into consideration and left out Janet Jackson, Rhythm Nation 1814, which is one of the most impactful pieces of work to date, especially for a pop star of her magnitude at the time and the relevancy of the messaging then and now. And that's why I was like, you know what? I was not going through that whole list of 100 people because me, number one, going through the list and dragging out this show just because I want to go through the list and make a comment about each song. I wasn't doing that. So that's why I'm so glad the commenters went in because it helps with me giving my opinion. I'm glad y'all did the work. Now I'm just filling the blanks. Shout out to y'all. So I do find it crazy how you do not put Janet Jackson up in there. Janet Jackson is just as much influential on so many people in this industry. If it wasn't for Janet Jackson, there would be no Britney, there would be no Sierra, there would be none of these type of girls that be out here doing what it is that they do because they've been inspired by Janet Jackson. Tanashi, a lot of these young girls that was coming up. Normani, she took a page out of the Janet Jackson handbook. Janet Jackson has inspired a lot of girls. And for y'all not to include Rhythm Nation, which was not only about, it was talking about the injustices of the world. But like I said, also with this one, why are Daddy Yankee's Barrio Fino, Tego Calderon's El Abayarde, and Don Omar's The Last Dawn not there, but Bad Bunny's Un Verano Sin Ti is? Exactly, because I will tell you this. When Barrio Fino first came out, you couldn't tell me shit. I wore that album out when I was growing up. Besides Gasolina, because everybody knew Gasolina. But I was listening to that I used to listen to that record to death. I haven't listened to it in a long time, though, because I know it's in other reggaeton out songs and things. But you cannot tell me that Daddy Yankee's influence on the culture is non-existent. But y'all want to put Bad Bunny up in there because Bad Bunny is the hot thing right now. So it just shows that these are people who are voting that want to jump on a bandwagon to seem cool, but y'all don't know what the fuck y'all doing. And I feel like if y'all want to talk about songs that made in cultural or albums that made cultural impacts on stuff, then say that. Or you should have just did things by category. Maybe you should have did like a top 10, top 20, top 50, I don't know, of songs from each genre and did that. Or I was going to say, let the people vote. But sometimes the people, you let their ass vote. I don't know if that'd be a good idea, but look, the people that was voting on this ain't know what the hell they was doing. But hold on. Oh, so they say in a statement that shared via Apple Music, she shared that her surroundings and influences deserve just as much credit as she does in receiving honor. Okay, we don't care. First of all, I'm glad, congratulations to you, Lauryn, but I can care less. Until you start showing up on time to concerts, I don't give a damn what award or shit that they give you. Now, Jermaine Dupri, so we can hurry up and get off this topic because I feel like I spent way too long on it. But when we talk about music and trying to break down all these things, I feel like the long stretch out situation is warranted. So Jermaine was irritated by this list. The renowned hitmaker voices disappointment and frustration with Apple Music's recently published list, highlighting what he sees as a significant oversight and a lack of respect for the R&B genre. Or all genres, we should say, but let's focus on the R&B because that's what he said. JD reacted to the first 90 albums of Apple Music's list on Twitter and stated that it skimped out on including numerous R&B projects. Looking at this Apple Music Top 100's album list is sad. The disrespect is crazy. It's giving not worthy. He typed on May 21st, which was a Tuesday. He didn't stop there because he also went on TMZ Live to expand on his frustrations. Now, we do have their clip. It's one. So hold on a second. Let's get that TMZ clip up in here. So that way we could play it.
Huge day for Lauryn Hill. Her album, her only studio album that she has ever recorded,
best album of all time.
The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill has been named the #1 album of all time. Just best album, not sales, just the best album by Apple Music. And their list of, they put out a list of the top 100 albums of all time. Some people are celebrating, but I think most people are like, what the hell are they talking about?
Right.
Here's the top 10. Lemonade, Beyonce, Nevermind by Nirvana's 9, Back to Black, Amy Winehouse 8, Good Kid, Mad City, Kendrick Lamar is 7, Songs in the Key of Life is 6, by Stevie Wonder, that's cool.
Deserved.
Frank Ocean at number 5. Purple Rain is 4, Abbey Road's 3, there you go, Harv. Thriller 2, and then
There you go,
Lauryn Hill.
Harv.
I gotta say, if you're doing best album of all time, how at the very least, I mean, Thriller, I think would satisfy a lot of people.
Yeah, but then you know what? Nobody would be talking about it. Some people
what I
really feel
said.
that the list
That's a good point.
was kind of exclusionary.
That's a good point.
I'm not talking about just the top 10, but the top 100 was exclusionary to a lot of greats. There is nothing from Whitney Houston there. The Weeknd isn't in there, and we know how incredibly popular he has been over the last.
But
15 years.
also, there have been groups over decades and decades that were huge and somewhat forgotten in this thing.
Yeah,
I mean, I would make an argument that the Beach Boys, should
be in the top 10.
Yeah,
should be in the top 10. Pet Sounds.
Yep.
But it is not. Someone in the music industry, deep in the music.
Now, hold on. Before we get to Jermaine, I was like, you know what, Harvey, you telling your damn age by sitting up there talking about some damn Beach Boys. But yeah, they're absolutely right. Like I said in the previous segment, and this is the first time I'm actually watching this clip. Like, I didn't watch the whole thing. So this is literally the first time, along with y'all, if y'all haven't seen it, that I'm watching this right along with y'all. And he said the same thing. I was like, yeah, if we would have made Michael Jackson Thriller the #1 record, people would be like, yeah, that feels right. And we wouldn't be talking about it. So a lot of times, you know, I feel like these Apple Music, even with Rolling Stone, who we talked about many a times on the show, when Rolling Stone be making a little video, I mean, their lists or whatever, and they put certain things in certain spaces, they know they want to get us riled up and have this debate. And yes, music is subjective, art is subjective, and everybody's going to have their opinions. But in my opinion, no shade, but yeah, Lauryn Hill, that album did hold a cultural impact on our lives when it came out 25 years ago. But the best album of all time beating Michael Jackson, that's a hell no and a chop. And y'all know damn well that that's some BS, but y'all doing this because it gets us talking, and it worked. So congratulations, Apple Music. But let's get into what, because they're about to introduce Jermaine. So let's get into what JD had to say.
Industry who's been watching this and has a lot of opinions. That would be Jermaine Dupri, and he is joining us now. Jermaine, welcome back to TMZ Live. How you doing, man?
Hey, Jermaine.
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
So I always think it's interesting when people within the industry really are paying attention to these things, because sometimes I think it's really just for fans that they put this out for, but people in the industry obviously care. I know that you feel this list is a little slight. It's a bit slight for people in R&B.
Yeah. I feel like I feel like it's disrespectful. I'm not even gonna use the word slight. It's disrespectful to the genre of R&B, because every artist from my era, I would say from '92 till now, the things that we listen to, for me, even as a producer, to get songwriter, to get to who I am, none of those people are represented on this list. And then I feel like even the younger artists, even like with Beyonce and SZA, I feel like they listened to Aaliyah prior, right? Aaliyah's not on this list. Diana Ross is not on this list. It's so many artists that I feel like are, and when I made a tweet yesterday, and then I saw Dallas Austin which my brother, he said something about it, and I realized, damn, TLC is not on this list.
Wait, I was just about to say, Jermaine, you said, wait, is TLC not? Can we check that? They're not in the top 100.
TLC is not on this list. That's what I'm saying. It's past the thought of being disrespectful. It's just like, I mean, I get it, but I mean, you have to, and I feel like in rap, everything in rap was addressed in here. They have a female rapper that has the #1 album of all 100 albums, and then Tupac, Biggie, Jay-Z, Nas, all of those guys were there on the list. The numbers, I don't actually want to get into the numbers because I feel like we get into the numbers, you might just throw the whole list away. Because, but I mean, one that I can't speak, that I can't not go without speaking about is my great friend Mariah Carey. She's not on the list, which is amazing to me. Whitney Houston's not on the list. Jodeci's not on the list. I mean, I could go on and on. We're not even talking about me. I'm just saying the genre of R&B seems like it was very much left off this list.
To me, the biggest point is this is such a subjective thing to talk about the greatest albums, and a lot of it depends on when you're young, when you listen to music, and this should be a bigger thing than just this is kind of my jam and therefore I'm putting it on. So these lists to me, I don't know how you feel, they seem just ridiculous to me.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, you have to manage the foresight of the list is that this is Apple Music. People go to Apple Music and then they fall into a rabbit hole, and just start discovering music. Right? This list to me is almost a disabled rabbit hole because it doesn't allow you to start the journey of finding out about the musical talent that came prior to the people that you listen to in modern day, like the Isley Brothers, Lionel Richie. It's so many people that are not on this list that are so instrumental to my career and anybody else that I've worked with.
Marvin.
Absolutely. So we're going to pause it there. That's probably not a good pause to put it. Jermaine, you looking a little crazy. But anyway, well, damn, every picture I go on, you be looking crazy. Okay, so we're just going to leave it like that. First of all, that is the worst shot for a camera. Like, I hate people who put the camera down below because you're going to catch the double chin. You're going to catch, weird angles or something. Like, bring it up higher. Like, you got to know your angles when it comes to posting videos or whatever. But I totally agree with him. It's like, when you look at these artists, y'all want to just throw things, because I do agree. If it wasn't for Aaliyah, there would be no SZA. There would be no Beyonce, because trust and believe, Beyonce got a lot of her influence from a lot of people. It wasn't just Aaliyah. It was Tina Turner. It was, she took a lot of her business savvy and stuff, what Madonna does. Like, there's always people that come before. And me growing up, it was like, I told y'all, when the music my parents played around the house, my father is going to be 70 in August. Like, I grew up listening to the Isley Brothers. I grew up listening to the Shy Lights. I grew up listening to the Temptations. I grew up listening to Smokey Robinson and all of Motown and the Jackson 5 and all those things, and going to barbecues with my cousins and my aunts and everything, and then playing that music, playing the Curtis Mayfield, playing the and then listening to Shantae Moore and listening to Mariah Carey. I got introduced to Mariah Carey from my teacher. He made me a recording of her debut album on a cassette tape and was like, listen to this, because I was a music kid. I went to music school, studied classic piano, all this stuff, and I listened to Mariah Carey. That's how I got introduced to her. I didn't have money to be going out buying music and all this other stuff. People were introducing me to records. So I was always that kid that was into music and learning from the people that came from the genre before. And my mother was always the more fun one. So she was playing Boy George. She had me listening to, all the dance pop type stuff. Like, I was listening to, I think, was she buying Madonna records on I was listening to Rick James. I was listening to Tina Marie. I was listening to, who else? Like I said, Boy George. I was listening to all types of music. Like, my mother was playing, she was the pop girl. My father was the one that was playing more like that funky R&B, type of stuff, Stevie Wonder, all that other stuff. It wasn't for Stevie Wonder, there would be no Alicia Keys. Speaking of Alicia Keys posted on her Instagram, I believe, of her, I think it was on the Neighborhood Talk. Let me see if I can find that for y'all. Where she was talking about, where she was showing off all her Grammys, and I guess she made a little slight or whatever at the fact that she wasn't on the list. And she's deeply influential. Oh, wait, hold on. After this, I got tea on the Nicki Minaj situation because I happened to come to the neighborhood tour. Oh yeah, and I saw what Onyx was saying in regards of Megan Thee Stallion with the picture. But anyway, oh yeah, so I found it. Okay, so let me share this tab. So yeah, it shows like right here. She showed off her
Don't
Grammys.
put up all the things in the chest like that. Like, it's cool. It could be at this person's house and that person's house. But then I realized, no, we have to celebrate these moments. Look at these special moments of special songs, special times. And I'm so grateful for every one of them. They each have a memory. They each have like a special meaning and a memory. And this particular one is the artist producer best R&B album 2004 for the Diary of Alicia Keys. And I feel like we can't sleep on the fact that in this puffy thing is the 16th Grammy. Like, but wait, it's not just the 16th Grammy, which is, I mean, amazing. Hold tight, this thing is really in there. It is, oh my gosh, it is the 2023 Best Immersive Producer, the immersive audio album for the Diary of Alicia Keys.
Okay, so let's pause it there. Congratulations to her. And you want to know something? She has every right to feel the way she feels. She's like, oh yeah, y'all gonna check them credentials. Because first of all, you know what? And look, I be having to flex on here too sometimes because some people will try to diminish your work or because they don't know what it is that you do. So you be having to remind bitches. It's like, okay, well, Apple Music, y'all shit is whatever, but my body of work speaks for itself. She has a cabinet full of awards, which I've always been curious to see how celebrities with it, how they keep their awards. Like you hear some people say, oh, it's in the bathroom above the toilet. Child, first of all, I ain't put my award in no bathroom and they get fecal matter and shit all over it. I want my stuff. If I win any awards, if I was at the Magnitude with Alicia Keys and I had a whole bunch of Grammys and the Moon Man and all this other stuff, you best believe I'm gonna put all that in a case and people walk up in the room and you see my whole canvas of awards. Why not show that shit off? You work hard to get where you are and all that stuff. And yeah, we're not going to talk about the controversial stuff with Alicia and Swizz Beatz and Mashonda. That's all in the past or wherever. Put that way back there. We're going to focus on this thing. And to me, it's just the overall disrespect of these type of things. I just feel like these lists are dumb as hell. They make no damn sense. It ain't worth its weight. And to me, it's like, I do agree with Jermaine when he said that these lists or whatever, like, it just doesn't give light to, like, it's this rabbit hole. Like, how are you counting what people are listening to? Because it's like, yeah, you could be listening to SZA, but did you know that she was, like, there was people that came before her that she was influenced by? Are you listening to those artists? And a lot of times, those newer artists are not even paying homage or even giving respect to those artists that came before them. So what I think it does is that, yeah, this list may be controversial because we need to wrap this up. I've been spending way too much time on this. But to wrap this up, while the list is stupid, I do feel like what I got from it, because I always got to try to find a positive, it leaves it open for debate, for us to have these type of conversations and to open the door, being like a person like me who brings up like who these people's influences were, or JD going on TMZ and speaking about what those influences were and who those people influenced those artists that are getting on a list and being put in the top 10 and all that other stuff. We're not taking away from their hard work and what they've done, but we should also be paying homage to the people that came before them. Why isn't Aaliyah on the list? Because Aaliyah has influenced a lot of girls in the business. Yeah, she's not here no more. She died in a plane crash, but still, you can't deny her body of work. There's a lot of dead people y'all got on the list. Kurt Cobain's on the list. He blew his fucking brains out, but you got him in the top 10. So, I say all that to say, let me know what you guys think down in the comments on this whole thing. Are y'all calling BS on this whole situation? Let me know down below. Okay, so let's before we do, we got some breaking news on this whole Nicki Minaj situation. Because I'm like on the neighborhood. So I was not planning on doing all that, but since we live, we're gonna go there. So I saw Tammy Roman jumped in and was like, arresting at Nicki Minaj in Amsterdam for weed where it's legal is insane. But they messed up because she was filming the entire time. Sir, we know you took her luggage from her possession upon arrival and wouldn't give it back. Feels a little set up-ish to me. And here's the thing, when you sit there, the good thing is if you don't have a lawyer, if you don't have any other stuff, the best way to fight back, I have to say, use your phones. Go live. And I think a lot of people, if there's anything y'all gonna take away from this whole Nicki Minaj situation, if you ever in any kind of danger, if you ever in some type of crazy situation where you have access, you have your phone, use your phone. Your phone is your gun. Your phone is your weapon. Your phone can be your savior. Go live on wherever. Do a whole track. Like if you got a friend that you trust or whatever the case was, pin your shit where it's like they know your location where you at, so that way, because I have that with a friend of mine where it's like I put the locator or whatever on so they know exactly where the hell I'm at, or I let people know where I'm at if I'm in any type of situation. So if people see her live, then those people who are watching her know, okay, we need to get her an attorney and have her protected and do what she need to do in that situation. Because, you know, there be people out here up to some shady shit. But long story short, to get that whole thing out, now they said spokesperson for the Royal Netherlands, Meerthuis, whatever the fuck you say, I don't care. They said somebody in the Royal Netherlands confirmed Nicki Minaj is in custody for possession of soft drugs. Okay, so they got a different. We got the hard drugs, we got the soft drugs. I get the hard drugs would be crack, cocaine, heroin, meth. So they did say that, so that way people know, and I guess there's people there waiting. So the latest on this situation, because it was pointed out that she had a show in Manchester. So according to the neighborhood talk, her show has been canceled and will be rescheduled. So they said that Nicki Minaj's Saturday night concert in England postponed after Dutch authorities detained the rapper over pot in her bag. Somebody shady in the damn comments. Somebody dropped Nicki mugshot. I want a shirt. Okay, that was funny though. But you know, a read is a read, regardless of where it comes. So that is funny. I don't know if that
Saturday, 25th May, has been postponed. Tickets will remain valid for the rescheduled performance, which will be announced ASAP. Despite Nicki's best efforts to explore every possible avenue to make tonight's show happen, the events of today have made it impossible. We are deeply disappointed in any inconvenience this may cause. More information is from Talk Live on Saturday, 25th.
Okay, so first of all, I'll be tight as hell because first of all, I had to find out that the show was canceled when I got in the damn arena. I would be pissed if I found that shit out. So the crew set everything up. The fans were already in there waiting to see the damn show, and y'all went and pulled this bullshit. I'd be tight. But you want to know something? She'll make it up to the fans. And what I'm really looking forward to, and I hope she does this, is that when she actually does do the rescheduled date, is when she gets on the stage and she tells the truth here what happened and everything gets out. So that's the latest on Nicki. Thank God. You know what? Shout out to having a live show because the tea is coming out and it's happening in real time and we finding out the stuff as we go along. So shout out to Nicki because this shit is crazy. Okay, so we got a lot of comments. So let me get to that. And then we can move on with the rest of the show. To not even have Fever by Kylie Minogue, but the Fame Monster and not Ray of Light by Cher. Don't even get me started because we all know that Fever was a pinnacle moment in Kylie Minogue's career. Her career was pretty much on the rocks at that point. You know, she was part of the whole, she did the whole Stock Aitken Waterman, bubblegum pop type era, what she did with that. Then she was trying to step out and do other things. She did Impossible Princess, which was like more of her indie Kylie era. It flopped. Then I remember she did Light Years and she was slowly on the come up, but it wasn't until she came and did Fever and working with Kathy Dennis, who wrote Can't Get You Out of My Head and a couple other songs on that album, that she broke out again in America. Had another big hit since The Locomotion. Why wasn't that album in there? Because there's so much history and backstory with that album. That should have been on the list too. But the fact that y'all want to discount and put all these other people in there is just ridiculous to me. I agree. Her album is okay. It's not the best of all time. First of all, we don't have anything else to compare it to because she's a one-album wonder. She's only put on one record. Yeah, she did an Unplugged and all these other little things on the side, but Lauryn has not released another album since Miseducation. So I don't understand how that is the biggest album of all time. It's just baffling to me. But like I said, and like what I said before I had watched the video of TMZ, if they had made Thriller #2 and put Lauryn Hill in, if they had made Thriller #1 and Lauryn Hill's Miseducation at #2, we would not be having this conversation right now. We would not having this long debate. It's not even Crazy Sexy Cool, which absolutely Crazy Sexy Cool was a game changer. Didn't that album go diamond? And they said that they were still broke making that record. All them awards they was winning, the success of the album, how that album broke barriers. And they were talking about how they were still broke, which gagged everybody. That was, I believe, the first time that we really started paying attention to a mainstream act talking about how they had signed this shitty contract and they were taken advantage of, and they all had nothing to show for it. All that hard work and they had nothing to show for it. They said Janet was number 42 with Control. That was her breakthrough, not Peak Janet. Peak Janet was really her 5th album, Janet. Absolutely, because that was more like Control was basically the album where she finally took control of her career, because she came out with the other records that her father was pretty much trying to be a Svengali behind, but Janet was like, that wasn't me. So when I finally took control of my career, then I started to see the tide change and shift, and then people started respecting me as an artist. So that was when she fully became in control of who she was and her artistry. I will agree that Janet was like, yeah, we have Rhythm Nation, but Rhythm Nation was more of her political record. Janet was the album that really solidified it for me, which was like, it was an amalgamation of other things, and it was her exploring more of her sexy side. She really got into her sexy bag when she did The Velvet Rope. But I feel like Janet was the album that really did it. They said from the top of my head, D'Angelo, Usher, Lauryn, Erica, SZA. Absolutely, you had the whole Dirty Backpack era, which would be D'Angelo, Erykah Badu, oh my God, what is her damn name? Jill Scott, Music Soul Child, a lot of those type of artists. SZA, Amy Winehouse, and Frank Ocean were the only R&B artists that made the list. Oh. D'Angelo put out a couple of records too. I love his debut, and then I love Voodoo. I want some of your brown sugar. No Alicia, Whitney, The Weeknd, or Jill Scott. And The Weeknd is another one who's a game changer. And I do love Jill Scott too. She should have been on there. And not a single damn Mariah album. Absolutely. Say what you want about Mariah, but Mariah has been influential. I'm reading your next card. They said not me. They said all the chin. Oh, you talking about Jermaine Dupri? That's what I'm saying. That is like the work. That's like the old people. Whenever old people get on a camera, why y'all always shoot the camera down below? Like, bring it up. Bring it up to the eye line. Like, you bring it down to the chin, you show all your imperfections. But then again, looking at Jermaine Dupri, there's no good angle on him. So we just fuck regardless. So it's like, I get Mariah Whitney, but he lost me on Jodeci. I don't get Mariah Whitney. Whitney and Mariah should have been added. So I don't get Whitney and Mariah not being included. Their music has been influential in the industry, especially Mariah not getting, how she still don't get respect for the fact that she's in the studio producing, she's in the studio writing all of her shit, she's composing, she's structuring, she's doing she is very much hands-on when it comes to the music. She should have been included. At least if there's any album that should have made that list, it should have been Emancipation. Because to me, Emancipation to Mimi was... Emancipation to Mimi to Mariah is Confessions to Usher. And how does Confessions make the album? Usher don't write none of his music. I'm sure he sat there and told people shit for them to write the songs or whatever. Look, even the Confessions song that everybody thought that he wound up with a chick on the side and making babies, he even said that shit was made up. So how the fuck that album make the list, but not Mariah Carey's Emancipation to Mimi? Like, make it make sense. Hey, Mims. That just slipped up in there. But it said, yeah, Jodeci should have been on that list. That's why I said this is ridiculous. And so I love Jodeci when I was in high school. I grew up on Jodeci. A lot of the male R&B groups, Jodeci, Tony. We had Guy. I had who else? Let's even though I can't stand Diddy, let's even throw 112 up in there. I love Jodeci when I was in high school. All my life, an unplugged version of Lately, what coming back. And look, you couldn't tell Casey and Devontae, you couldn't tell them shit when they would get up in there and start singing. Casey and JoJo, you know, they sang the house down. You couldn't tell them nothing when they got up in there singing the hell out of them damn songs. Oh yeah, I remember Shine. You know what group I couldn't stand? Who's the one that sang I Want to Sex You Up? I couldn't stand that damn group. They used to irritate me. I wanna search you up. I used to change the words, but I wanna fuck you up. Like that was my version of it. So we have to remember that it's mostly white dudes. Of course it is. And but Ebro voted too. Is it? Well, he is part white, right? So maybe his white side voted. So it said mostly white dudes voting for these artists. Why do you think the Beatles beat? And then you know what? That's always been the overall argument that a lot of people that are in these spaces are not. There's not enough people of color making these decisions. So it said Nicki. Oh yeah, it's funny how you went and posted this. It said Nicki's show got canceled following their arrest in Netherlands. I see. This is why I didn't read the comments. So I was like, when I went, it just so happened that when I went over to Neighborhood Talk to look up that Alicia Keys clip, that's where I saw the latest on Nicki Minaj. But thank you for the update. So it's I saw the video of Nicki throwing something back in the audience. That's something to. Oh yeah, I saw that too. But there's one of the things I do love about her show, and I will say this: I love the fact that she gives the audience a chance to sing like her song, and if they sound a mess, she snatches the mic back. I do find that is funny because it just gives me like that whole fuck out of here with that. Like it's very much like very black woman, like girl, like what were you doing? Like I just find that part of the show funny. She got charged exporting soft drugs to Manchester, meaning she needed to throw the weed away, etc. And she was charged a hefty fine, and she paid it and admitted she had no idea it's legal. She had what? No, what? She had no idea it's legal in Amsterdam, but not legal everywhere else. So was it that she was? Oh, okay. So now I'm getting what you're saying. You're saying that she went to Amsterdam because Amsterdam, you know, she was performing there. Weed is legal in Amsterdam. But I guess what they're saying is that you cannot leave Amsterdam with weed from Amsterdam to go somewhere else. I need my international people to jump in the conversation if y'all know anything about this. But maybe it's like, you could smoke all this shit here, but you can't get on a plane with the weed from Amsterdam to go to the UK to do a show without drugs. Because I guess what people need to realize is that every place is not the same. So you can't take drugs out of Amsterdam where it's perfectly legal to smoke weed to go run to another place to smoke. And do I believe the story of that was my security? Whatever? No, I do believe that she do be smoking, as well as her husband. I do believe Kenneth Petty smokes weed. Come on now. First of all, y'all from New York. We know about weed and blunt and all them other shits. So we're not going to sit up here and try to act like we don't smoke when we do. I talk on the smoke. I'm not going to admit that I don't do soft drugs. I like weed. The legal kind. Look, it's legal to smoke weed in New York. So basically, like what Robert said, it's against the law to transport drugs and stuff. So that's why what they were looking at in the whole thing is that they basically filled the arena knowing damn well. And you know what? Y'all could have look, I'd rather y'all do to me what y'all did to Anita Baker, which was let me know outside the goddamn venue instead of having me stand inside the venue waiting hours to find out, especially if I'm standing in the pit. Because it looked like the video footage that we saw was like people on the floor in the pit waiting for her to come out. So I'd have been mad if I was sitting inside waiting rather than have me outside. At least tell me like I said, the same situation with Anita Baker, where it's like you let me know. But then again, I still would be tight if y'all let me know. But look, nobody knew this was going to happen. This was something that could not be avoided. I guess is the word I was looking for. Most celebrities think they're above the law. Cough, cough. R. Kelly, Bill Cosby, Harvey Weinstein, and now Diddy. Absolutely. And now look, they realize that nobody's above the law. Now I wish they would apply that same type of energy to Trump, because we're going after all these black wealthy men, and we'll throw Harvey up in there where they feel like they're above the law. But yeah, Trump needed to be, somebody to let him, because I don't know how somebody who's on federal trial allowed to run for president. Like, make that make sense. That don't make no sense to me. Only girl group album to go diamond in the US. That's what I said. Like, I could have sworn that Crazy Sexy Cool went diamond. I know when I was in school and I used to take the school bus to and from, and I used to wear that CD out going home. Thank you. Color Me Bad. I couldn't stand that damn group. So it was like Mimi was Mariah's comeback album after Charm. Oh, child, you couldn't. I mean, it was Charm Bracelet flopped. Didn't Glitter flop too? Although I did like that album. But the people didn't care for it. They didn't care for the movie either. But now it's a cult classic. But yes, Felix, thank you for also reminding me. Color Me Bad. It's I saw Now Riders and Pharrell Williams. I'm surprised Now didn't fight for Like a Virgin, as that was more of a cultural movement for Madonna than Like a Virgin, especially considering it was Reagan era and highly conservative, hating promiscuous, sexually charged women. Well, damn, what was all of that? Well, I guess it kind of was, because Madonna is a feminist through her music and in real life. So it's a Color Me Bad. I hate. See, we here. I'm glad I'm not the only damn one. He was like, I hated I Want to Sex You Up too, but I did like a lot of the other songs. I Adore Mia Moore was their best song. You know what? I kind of did like that song too. I didn't mean like a prayer. All right, so let's move on, because we got other tea to get to. And let's talk about Tamar Braxton, who is revealing why she turned down appearing on The Real Housewives of Atlanta. I do want to play the clip, but I don't know, because it was Carlos. She was on Carlos. She did an interview with Carlos King. First of all, I didn't even know she did an interview with Carlos King until all of a sudden, it popped up in the timeline. Or everybody's now talking about it now. So I don't know if it was the whole episode, but I did see it's like an 8-minute clip. And I did want to play it, but I don't necessarily know if it'll get flagged for copyright or whatever the case. But I guess Carlos, like the rest of us, is an independent contractor, right? So she said that she turned down an opportunity to join the Real Housewives of Atlanta because there's just no way I'm going to sit and get a wig put on and get my face beat to argue with a bunch of bitches about nothing. If that ain't the true thing of what the Real Housewives is today, I don't know what to tell you. She said, I can't do it. What does that do for me in my life? What's the argument? She said during a live recording of Carlos King's Reality with the King podcast. The episode was later added to his YouTube page. Okay. So it came out yesterday, but the clip, is floating around. So that's why I was like, wait a minute. They said she did it a while ago, but it just came out. And that happens sometimes when you do interviews. It's done a while ago, but then they finally upload it to their channels and all that other stuff. Just like when I had to educate someone on Cardi B and that whole situation with her, which she was talking about not voting for either candidate, which I have my issues with. I already gave my opinion on that in the previous show. But I was like, these interviews are done a while before they hit air. It just so happens that it aligned with what's going on there. It just so happened to come out in this time. And you blaming the artists for saying what they said, which I guess, you have a right to feel that way. But a lot of times these interviews are done a while before they finally come out. It's not like they just did it last week and it's just coming out today. Now, she said, let me tell you something. All money ain't good money. It's just not. And then they said the Braxton family values star added, what's of me won't miss me. It's not worth my mental to sit up there and get in an argument with other Black, beautiful women about nothing so other people can think this is what we're about. At some point, you have to have some responsibility in what you put on the TV screen. She said she's more focused on making feel-good, funny, relatable, epic television. And I totally agree with that, because I'll say this for one. There's this person, and I had to block him because I'd be thinking he's short but slow. Back in the day, I knew this guy named Rio, and he'd be thinking everything you see on reality TV is the damn truth. And I've been looking at him like, bro, are you slow? Like, what is going on with you? So he even went in on Boomer Banks because there's a reality show that's on our TV called X-Rated NYC, and it's basically a reality version of like the Housewives but with porn stars. So if y'all haven't seen it, if you have our TV, definitely check it out. They have 2 seasons, and then they did one in an LA version with his gay son, I guess you would call it, Brock Banks. He's in the House of Banks, another one who does adult films. So he was up in there because apparently, and I'm using this as an example. So Boomer and his co-star on the show, Max Connor, did a scene together where Max Connor was bottoming. And Rio, I seen him in the comments talking about, oh, I'm glad to see that y'all worked everything out and all this other stuff y'all doing a video. And I'm sitting there like, y'all do know reality TV is a bunch of bullshit. Like, y'all have people that set up a situation, producers. Oh, well, you're going to have this scene with this person, and this is the conversation y'all going to have. So it's not scripted, but it's improvised. It's improvised television. That's what I always call reality TV. They're not literally sitting there with fucking cards on the side saying, recite these lines. That's what scripted means if you're reading a script. But they do have producers that set up scenarios where y'all going to be in this situation, you're going to be in this room, and you're going to have this conversation about this sort of thing. And I'm sitting there like, Boomer and Max are cool. They're doing whatever it is that they're doing for the reality TV, for the scene, or whatever the case is. So I totally agree with Tamar, which is like, I'm not just going to sit up in here and just act ratchet so y'all can get a moment and some ratings. So they are now. I will say this: they are supposed to be bringing back the Braxtons. I don't know what happened, when it's supposed to be coming back. I haven't heard no latest story on that. So I don't necessarily know when it's supposed to be coming. I was trying to open up the video, but it seemed like it's not letting me. It's some of the video is private. But anyway, oh damn. Oh, I have to look at that. It's my Kerry Russell might be joining Scream 7. I may have on that. But anyway, let's get back to Tamar. So she also wound up saying that, oh look, because there was something that they said in here that I thought was interesting, because she was saying that she had the answer with how to save RHOA. Because we all know, like, Candy left, Sheree, who returned to the show in season 15. Oh, they said that Sheree is going too? So they said the show recently said goodbye to OG Housewives Candy Birds. I knew about that, but I wasn't sure about Sheree. It said Sheree Whitfield, who returned to the show for season 15, as well as Sanya Richards Ross and Marlo Hampton. So those are the ones who are gone. But coming to the show, they brought Portia back. They gave her friend Shamia a damn peach. They also revealed that Brittany Edie, Kelly Farrell, Angela Oakley, and longtime, well, we already talked about Shamia. But here's the thing. I don't know who the hell Brittany is. I don't know who Kelly is. And I don't know who Angela is. And I don't know what their association with. And honestly, I don't care. But I feel like, and then I also heard that they're bringing Cynthia back to the show as a friend of. So I'll watch just to see how these women interact. Y'all getting 3 episodes out of me. If y'all don't give it, then it's time for y'all to sashay away this whole franchise. But Tamar said that the answer to saving RHOA doesn't lie in adding fresh faces. King claimed the show needs to focus on bringing back more OG housewives like Nene, who exited the show in September 2020. King also speculated the reason why Zodiac, as in Kim, hasn't returned to the show as a full-time housewife is because she has no connection with the girls like she used to. He said, we all know the best season of Atlanta is season 6 and season 9. And he's absolutely right. We like that season because the girls all knew each other and they all interacted and we all understood. To me, you bringing these girls on is like, I don't care. I don't care about any of these girls. And I don't even think Portia is that interesting. Quiet as it's kept, I feel like what makes this season upcoming, I feel like the drama that we've been hearing about her and Simon on all the blogs and stuff has made Portia more interesting than me actually waiting for the new season to come out and want to watch it. I feel like the only way you're going to get me to kind of watch the new season of RHOA is y'all got to show me a crazy ass trailer. And what y'all going to bring with it. Because to be honest, I don't feel like the Real Housewives of Atlanta, I just don't care. Like, I didn't even care about last season. I watched maybe 2 episodes of the last season and I haven't watched it since. I'm trying to remember if I even watched the reunion. I did. I watched part of it. I turned it off because I was bored. I just feel like y'all not really bringing it in regards to I feel like this whole format of the whole Real Housewives, I feel like it's run its course. Same thing with Love and Hip Hop. I feel like y'all does not influence these shows. Like everything that has a beginning, in the words of the Oracle, everything in the that has a beginning has an end. And maybe what it needs to happen is that these shows need to come to an end. But Andy is going to continue to ride this to the wheels forward because that's his only bread. That's his bread and butter, the Housewives. So as long as that airs on the air, airs on the air, he gets a a coin. Because that's the only thing that he gets an EP credit on is the Housewives and Watch What Happens Live. We'll get into Andy in a second. But yeah. That's all. That's all I got to say. And I'm like, do I have anything else to add? No. I just feel like Tamar's correct. And Tamar was smart to be like, I'm not going to come on here just to argue and fight with a bunch of women. Just so what? People on social media could drag me and try to assert themselves in a fight that they just don't understand. That has nothing to do with them. But I get it. People give their opinions. People like to jump into shit. You're opening up a Pandora's box for that kind of energy. So I'm glad that she's like, you know what? I'm just gonna stick to feel good TV, whatever that may be. It could be a competition show. Maybe what needs to happen? Get Tamar on The Traders. That's what y'all need to do. Get her on there. She'd be great for that show, or that show that's on Prime Video right now with Reza and Alyssa Edwards and Jill Zarin. Get her on season 2 of that. That would work for Tamar. Tamar need to do like competition type shows. I loved her on Big Brother. So she would be perfect. Celebrity Big Brother. So she's good with that sort of thing. We need Tamar to do those type of shows. Or what would be good? Do you think she'd be good for even though I've already been advocating for Fantasia. Tamar would be another one that's good for American Idol. She's funny. She's very, she can give critiques. She very much makes good television, and she can sing. So I think Tamar Braxton sitting up there next to Lionel Richie and Luke Bryan, she might be a good contestant for American Idol. But I'm still shooting for a former alum to be a judge. That's why I think that is the next avenue that they need to take with American Idol. But anyway, let me know what you think, guys. Let me know what you guys think of this topic down below. Do you feel that Tamar would have been a good addition for American Idol? Well, that too. Do you think Tamar would be a good addition for Real Housewives of Atlanta? Do you actually agree that she was smart enough not to sign on because of exactly what she said in regards to why she wouldn't, all money and good money? And that's my motto too. All money isn't good money. And and the last thing, are you guys even excited, or do you even care about Real Housewives of Atlanta? Do you think it should be put out the pasture? Let me know in the comments down below. Okay, so oh no, I have that coming up next. I moved it around actually. I moved things around at the last minute. He said, let me find out you was up here talking about. He said, I missed the itinerary. Now I'm getting to that next. I had to move it around because I was like, Atlanta might be actually interesting because it's a good transition to go into season 14. So I'm definitely going to jump into the Beverly Hills one next. And so on that album list, why isn't the Immaculate Collection on there? That's a lot of this generation's intro album into Madonna because I think it's part. Isn't Immaculate Collection kind of like a collection of songs rather than a cohesive body of work? Like the Immaculate Collection, I'm thinking it's almost like a greatest hits, not rather like a album. It's not a studio album. There was no greatest hits list at all. So that's what I said is like, to me, Immaculate Collection is more like a greatest hits album rather than just like a regular album. And I think that's what they were pretty much going for. So I didn't even look through that whole list after I saw what 20 were. I didn't either. That's why I said I was going to rely on everybody else pretty much going through the list and giving their opinion so that way I could jump in on, because who has time to sit and go through a list and then I got to sit there and remember, oh, so there's no Mariah Carey, there's no this one, there's no that one. So I love the fact that everybody jumped in and gave their thing so that way I can we can talk about it that way rather than me having to sit here and bore y'all to death by going through the whole damn list. And they said if we made her solo show look bad, just imagine Bravo and NBC, they would make her look manic and psycho. Yeah, because but I guess the difference was with Tamar going through how she was perceived on that show. That was the network that she was on, which was WeTV, where she made accusations of WeTV treating her a certain way and the family a certain way, and a lot of behind the scenes drama and how they weren't getting paid a lot of the right amount of money, and they all stood in solidarity, except, may she rest in peace, Tracy. And there was a big rift between the family members. But then Tracy was saying like she felt like her sisters and them didn't have her back, and so she was the only one that showed up to work, while the rest of them didn't. So there was drama that was going on with them. And I need to look into it. Is WeTV part of NBC Universal? So that could also play a factor into that. Maybe WeTV is a part of NBC Universal, which Bravo also is. So I could see why she would also have trepidation, because you never know. And if you watch the Bravo and how they be handling some of these people that have been accused, they say certain things and make accusations. And we're gonna get into that Andy Cohen story in a second, but let's get to the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, because they made they revealed who the cast is, which I thought was kind of sudden, because they normally don't reveal who is a part of the Real Housewives until they finish wrapping the show, and we're a couple of weeks or maybe a month away from the show premiering. That's usually when we find out. But maybe what it is they're trying to create so much buzz because of all this drama that's going on with Andy Cohen. They're trying to distract us. But that's why I have this show, so I can remind y'all. So it said Bravo's website has revealed which ladies will be returning to RHOBH for its upcoming 14th season, and which new ladies will be joining the cast. Now, Garcelle Bouvet, Erica Jane, Dorit Kemsley, which Dorit, I'm going to get into you in a minute. So basically, Garcelle, Erica, Dorit, Kyle, and Sutton will keep their diamonds. The group will be joined by newcomer Bazoma St. John, who previously served as the former chief marketing officer at Netflix. Now, I'm going to show y'all a picture of Bazoma. She's pretty, but I don't know if she is Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. And there's no shade. I don't feel like she's Real Housewives of Beverly Hills material. Now, Garcelle is, because Garcelle is very much Hollywood. She's a Black woman who I feel like floats in and out of Hollywood, but I don't necessarily know what Bazoma brings. So if they cast her, we'll see if she's going to really bring it this season or this upcoming season, or is she going to give us Anna Marie, which I'm glad they got rid of her ass after one season. I didn't like Anna Marie. I thought she was a mistake being a part of the show. She brought absolutely nothing to it. And she was a bit controversial because she's made a lot of comments that people would deem transphobic, as well as, things that her husband has said and stuff that has been deemed controversial. So a little backstory on her that says the successful businesswoman who was born in Middletown, Connecticut, moved to Ghana when she was 6 months old and spent her childhood living in Nairobi, Kenya, and Washington, D.C. Now, at age 12, she and her parents moved to Colorado Springs, Colorado. She ultimately attended Wesleyan University, where she graduated with a degree in English and African American Studies. Over her career, St. John has worked for PepsiCo, Beats Music, Apple, and Uber, among others. In 2020, she launched a podcast with journalist Katie Couric called Back to Biz with Katie and Boz, which they spoke about topics like the economy, the coronavirus pandemic, as well as systemic racism and criminal justice reform. I know what you're thinking, because when she does stuff like that, I know a lot of people are thinking, oh, please don't, and I hate using the word because it's been weaponized by white folks to mean something negative. Please don't turn Real Housewives of Beverly Hills into a woke reality show, which, in my opinion, affected New York. And then there were people that were complaining about Garcelle also doing the whole microaggression thing, using racism as a weapon. That sort of, like, there were people saying that, especially last year when they were like, Garcelle ain't had no storyline, but she would always bring up and go at Dorit over some stuff in regards to, certain microaggressions and using certain words. Like you're being aggressive in your delivery or whatever the case was, which is a microaggression. It's like, I'm just trying to tell you how you made me feel. But the way you're receiving it or the way you're reacting is very much like, you can't say that to a Black woman. And Erica pointed that out to her. But Doree lives in her own little world. She lives in her bubble. She lives on her own planet. So she doesn't see it. Like, she's like Valentina. They live in their own little fantasy world. Valentina from Drag Race, in case y'all know what I was talking about. I do reference a lot of drag queens of the show. Now, the other people that have been added to the show, I should point it out. Kathy Hilton is coming back as a friend of the show. Remember, I don't know why they brought her to the reunion. She wasn't even on last season. So apparently she's coming back as friend of the show. And Jennifer Tilly, who, made an appearance last season in a couple of scenes with Sutton, she's also going to be on the show as a friend of, which is bizarre because I'm like, I like that Jennifer Tilly's gonna be a part of that, but what I want to know is what's going on with the next season of Chucky, because I believe that new season that upcoming season is in limbo. I know the recent season just ended. There were certain things that they were bringing the show where I just thought, like, it's stupid, it's getting ridiculous, it's kind of falling. I'm trying to get into Chucky, but I just feel like the show has gotten stupid. And here's the thing. I'm all for queer representation. I'm here for it. But if the show is stupid and it's falling off the rails, I'm not supporting something because it got LGBT people in it. Just like I'm not going to support a show or a movie that has Black people in it if this movie is stupid, if the show is stupid. I'm not supporting it because of the diversity. You have to have a good story to keep me captivated. And to me, Chucky has gotten ridiculously dumb. I haven't even finished this upcoming season. The new season, the recent season that just ended. So I'm glad they kept the core girls who they are. They got rid of Anna Marie, Crystal Kung Minkoff. It's a Kristen. Crystal left the show after 3 seasons, and good for her. If that's what she want to do, like I said, good for her. But yeah, I don't feel no ways about, her and how, her and that whole situation. And the fact of who the girls are that they're bringing back for the next season. I'm glad that they keep it, they keep it the core 5. And maybe that's what they need to do from now on. Just keep the girls the way that they are, but then just have, and I've been saying this for the longest, especially when it comes to Beverly Hills, just keep it as the women that you have, but just have friends have their friends coming in and interact. So like when Kyle has her legendary dinners, whatever the case is, you can invite Denise Richards, you can invite Faye Resnick and Camille and all those other girls. I like when you have them float in. Just keep it your core girls. It's almost like, Sex in the City of Los Angeles. You have your core 5, and then you have other women interweaving throughout the show. That's the way you keep it. And maybe that's what they're trying to do in regards of revamping Atlanta, is that maybe a lot of these girls are people who are affiliated or know Portia. Because like I said, I'm not all that excited for Beverly. No, I am excited for Beverly Hills. I actually enjoyed last season. Everybody wanted a little more, whatever. But I was like, I enjoyed this season for what it is. But now it's like with the upcoming season, it's going to be all about Kyle, I'm sure, and her situation with Mauricio. And then we have Dorit, who now is, as a desperate attempt to keep her damn diamond, finally admitted that her and PK are separated and are going through some things. Now she's going to play with her marriage to keep her diamond and keep her money coming in. It's sad that this is the direction that we have to go into, but it is what it is. So let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. Are y'all excited for this upcoming season of Real Housewives of Beverly Hills? Are you excited to get to know this new chick that's going to be on there and the people they have a part of the show? Let me know in the comments down below. I see we have a comment. It was saying that I remember her being on Celebrity Big Brother a few years ago. Then she did the last season of Surreal Life. I actually did not watch that season of the Surreal Life. I did want to check that out, but it wasn't available for somewhere for me to watch, so I couldn't watch it. I guess now that I have Philo, and I think VH1 is on there, I can probably catch the next season, whenever that one is, because it's supposed to be, Chet Hanks is supposed to be on that one with Kim Zolciak, and I am curious. I do want to see what that will entail, all the shenanigans and the stuff that's going to be a part of that. So I'm actually hoping that it turns out good or whatever, and I guess I'll check it out then. But I did see clips and stuff of Tamar when it was online. But anyway, let's move on. And let's talk about Andy Cohen, who is trying to get rid of this case against him with Leah McSweeney. So Andy Cohen has filed to dismiss Leah McSweeney's lawsuit against toxic workplace culture and discrimination. Now, according to Deadline, it says Andy Cohen once described the Real Housewives franchise as guilt-free gossiping, and now he, NBC Universal, Warner Brothers Discovery, and others are denying any guilt in the workplace discrimination and retaliation claims for RHONY vet Leah McSweeney. And with the Constitution as their primary shield, the Constitution? What part of it? Because if y'all want to talk about the Constitution and things, y'all need to let me know which part y'all want to use to try to put this whole thing to bed. So they said, while plaintiff attempts to overwhelm the 754-paragraph complaint, even a cursory review of her allegations reveals that many concern matters entirely irrelevant to her claims, and most are devoid of any factual or legal support, speculative, misleading, and or demonstrably false. Declares a memorandum, I say that 10 times fast, of law supporting Cohen's May 22 or 22nd motion to toss out McSweeney's drugs, drink, and discrimination claims on February 27th. Prepared by Mitchell Silberberg, that's a mouthful, and Nups Christine LaPera, Jacob Albertson, and Adam Levin, or is it Levine? Because it said Adam Levin, but I guess we'll go with Levin because it says Levin. There is an Adam Levine. Whatever happened to him? Ever since he left The Voice, we ain't heard from him since. It said the motion, which is also on behalf of fellow defendant NBCU, WBD, Lisa Shannon, John Paparazzo, Darren Ward, Shed Media US Inc., and Bravo Media wants NYC-based U.S. District Judge Louis J. Lyman to set a date for hearing ASAP to see the matter tossed. Many of plaintiffs' claims, supported by the most conclusory and threadbare allegations, should be dismissed as a matter of law, the 32-page memo goes on to say, of McSweeney's somewhat explosive suit. The rest of plaintiffs' claims should be dismissed because they impermissibly seek to abridge defendants' First Amendment rights to tailor and adjust the messages they wish to convey to the creative works, including through cast selection and other creative decisions. Now, from the first member of the Housewives universe to put Cohen in his far from the first member of the Housewives multiverse to put Cohen and his conduct under the microscope, McSweeney's long-expected suit of earlier this year certainly had the distinction of pulling back the drapes on some of the more grubby aspect of the lucrative non-scripted enterprise, weaving a tale of rotted workplace culture that uniquely dependent on pressuring its employees to consume alcohol. McSweeney and her Edelman Matt's attorneys go on to state that Real Housewives franchise EP, Cohen engages in booger sugar use. That's not what it said, but I had to change it. With the Housewives and other Bravo celebrities that he employs. Additionally, the filing claims that Cohen gives the Housewives, with whom he uses booger sugar with, more favorable treatment in edits. Because he thinks they're his friends. They said under well-settled law, even if defendants did want to use the Housewives franchise to feature inebriated cast members, which they do not, that message achieved through casting and directing decisions will be protected under the First Amendment. The memo accompanying the dismissal motion puts forth with a straight face. This is what Cohen, NBCU, WB, and other defendants addressed those accusations, and that's what they said. And let's put that in context. They said on May 9th, Bravo announced that it had completed a third-party run investigation on McSweeney's claims and close to Brandy Glanville, and those of Brandy Glanville. That probe determined the claims were found to be unsubstantiated. Conveniently, that same day, just before the NBCU upfront at the Big Apple, the Cohen-hosted Watch What Happens Live was picked up until the end of 2025, and a bevy of Real Housewives series were renewed. So what Sweeney was saying is that how convenient that, well, Sweeney Sweeney and Glanville, I should point out. They said how convenient all this came out, and this is some BS because they said our lawyers were not notified. How do you have an investigation without speaking to anybody from their team? But you did an in-house situation, a third-party run investigation on the claims, and it's like, who is this third party? Who are these people? Why haven't we heard from them? They didn't speak to us. They didn't spell, they haven't come forward and asked us anything. But it so happens that y'all did all of this and said that y'all did all this, but then so that way y'all can meet the deadline of the upfronts and be able to do what you needed to do to get your stuff promoted, your shows put out there so they can get another season. Because like I said, at this point, y'all have given Andy so much power. You have allowed Andy to be the king of Bravo. He is the face. So if y'all were to fire him today or tomorrow or whenever, what happens to Bravo? Who becomes the face of Bravo? Who gets to sell all these shows? Especially when Andy has, an EP credit on the Housewives. When he stepped down as talent and he made that decision, he still gets to, have power and credit over the Real Housewives franchise. All the other shows he doesn't. But Housewives is his bread and, is his thing. That and Watch What Happens Live. So if he were to go, then what happens to those shows? So, ever since then, I was like, it is what it is, but I'm side-eyeing this whole damn thing. But I'm just looking, at him crazy. And I said this from the beginning. The problem with Andy, and I've always said this about him, whether or not these stories are true, they're going to have to prove all this in court, with Leah having her lawsuit and Brandy and them going forth and doing whatever. If they have the means, if David has the ability, because they're both David in my opinion, to go up against Goliath and take Goliath down, then whatever y'all have, take that to court, deal with it, possibly get your settlement, do whatever. But Andy, this is your fault. Because like I said, you got too comfortable with these damn people when you need to be more like RuPaul. And I know people get all upset that, with how RuPaul is with a lot of the contestants. Like, he's cool and everything with y'all and loving and supportive and stuff when he's on camera. But you have to be able to be pragmatic and separate business from friendship and fun. Andy be trying to be friends with all these damn housewives, invite them to his baby shower. Y'all be texting each other private shit on social media. Y'all be having these full-on conversations like y'all besties. And it's like, no, you're the employer. You're the boss. So a boss should not be having this type of buddy-buddy friendship with a bunch of damn Hollywood housewives. So that's his fault, because then you leave yourself open for stuff like this, for these type of lawsuits. So if you're going to do your booger sugar, if you're going to be out here snorting and partying and doing all this other stuff, do it with other people. Don't be doing it with the people you work with, because then when shit hits the fan, then they want to put your business out on Jump Street, and then you out here having to fight legal battles in court. So I still like to say, let me know what you guys think of this story down below. Okay, so I have a comment. Felix says, I wonder if we'll ever get... Can you imagine? If somebody brave enough to do that one, like 50 Cent is brave enough to go after Diddy, let me know. But then again, he probably has people in his corner he probably has people signing NDAs and all kinds of other stuff. But yeah, look, I done told y'all, I knew about Andy and the booger sugar stuff long before Kathy Griffin came out and said it, because I knew people who partied with him. I know people who have slept with Andy Cohen. I know people who have done drugs with Andy Cohen. So I'm going to just leave it there. Allegedly. But I know, look, as a gay man in New York City, people know people who know people. And I'm not just going to come out here and say some shit if I don't have the tea and the people that I know to back up the stuff that I've known. So when Kathy Griffin first came out and said that years ago, when she got burned by him and that other fraud, Anderson Cooper, because he was just trying to protect himself and his job, and threw her under the bus, like right alongside Andy Cohen. I was like, when she said that, I was like, she's absolutely right. She's telling the truth. Now everybody coming out and trying to say that Andy Cohen source, does the booger show. I'm like, child, you ain't saying nothing I ain't known for years before now this came out. But sometimes you gotta wait for people to come out and say things before you could be like, I knew the tea. Or, like I said earlier, that there was a comedian who's a part of the community, gay, Asian. I even gave y'all another hint. Who was at a party snorting drugs the other day? Should I give y'all another hint? He was in a popular gay comedy that's on Hulu that has to do with a certain island that gays go to in Long Island. Now that's another hint. So, okay, so they said, and this is why I don't hang out with my coworkers, because I've seen messy situations like the absolutely, and that's another reason why I don't hang out with a lot of people. And I know it's like, because they always said, because what was it? There was the other day, there was a video I saw, and they were always saying like, it's better to be liked at your job than actually knowing somebody who could do their job, because people want to see, like, people. It's like when you work places, it's all about, Robert, I hate you because you already put the name in the damn chat. I'm saying if I do, it's the one who I know I can trust. Yeah, there's a handful of people that I've become friends with outside of the show. I mean, not outside the show. Outside, like when I worked in other places, I have made friends along the way, and yeah, we've hung out and we party and stuff. And I'm still friends with a lot of those people, to this day. But there have been people who, yeah, I don't trust them as far as I can throw them, because I've been burned and I've been betrayed. Like even when I worked at a COVID clinic, and I became friends with certain people, and then I got back, I got burned and betrayed, and I got betrayed. So I don't do it no more. Well, look, that'd be the worst thing that you could possibly do is, Crystal, especially if you're a gay person who's got a lot of power in Hollywood. Like, I wouldn't even mess with that sort of thing. Like, that will really fuck you up. Like, I get that there's some people that like to do the whole party and play situation, but just stick to the cocaine. That to me is like less. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, cocaine is not. This is just as bad. But it's not. I don't think it's as bad as meth. Meth, it would be something I would not. I would never decide. Like that's one drug I would not do. Meth, heroin, that sort of. I ain't messing with that, because that could truly fuck you up. And I've seen many of people who, once they do meth, what that does to your, what that does to you, and how you, allegedly. Okay, child, let's move on. And let's talk about Hannaford, who was at a recent was out promoting her new movie Atlas. I have not seen it though. If y'all have seen it, wait, hold on. Let me know in the comments, because I had to pull up the clip. So that way, if y'all didn't see the video of Jennifer Lopez, where somebody in Mexico City asked her about her and Ben. So, and I didn't even see the person that was next to her until they did a full shot. So apparently she was sitting with Simu Liu, who's in the movie, Shang-Chi. What is going on with Shang-Chi too? We want to know what's going on with that movie. We do want a sequel. First of all, I like the first one, and I like Simu Liu, although he irritated me in this clip that I'm about to show y'all. Because, like, why are you up in here defending her? She a grown-ass woman. She can defend herself. So she was promoting Atlas, which I've seen that Netflix has really put in some money to promoting the hell out of this film. And, I have complained many a times on this damn show about Netflix and how they handle streaming and stuff. Because, like I said, I did mention it earlier in the show, I don't know. Hollywood is going through it right now. A lot of big tentpole movies they're putting out is not doing well financially at the box office. The Fall Guy did not do well at the box office, even though I heard great things about it. 2 weeks later, it's already on Prime Video. You can rent it or you can watch it, buy it. Extended version already out. So you're not even giving movies a chance to find an audience and to make money at the box office. Same thing. I guarantee you, I have a strange feeling next month, Furiosa is going to be available to digital download, whatever. Doom 2, even though it did do well at the box office, is already on HBO and HBO Max. So y'all not giving movies a chance to find its audience. So now Netflix is doing the same thing. Netflix done put this movie straight to streaming. But I did see that the grade on this film was terrible, which kind of not surprised, because Netflix really don't put out good movies, in my opinion. The only two movies I will say that I actually thought was like really good that should have been given a theatrical release. The Old Guard with Charlize Theron, we need a sequel for that. And Extraction, the Chris Hemsworth movies, both of them. That should have been released in a movie theater. And then they have this new movie coming out with Jessica Alba that I told y'all about the other day where she's doing like an action movie. That looks pretty good too. But anyway, so her and Simu Liu sat down with a reporter during a press junket in Mexico City for their new Netflix action movie. And he asked her if she and Ben are getting a divorce. Now, please hold as I pull up that clip because I cackled. Not at the fact of them possibly getting a divorce, but the fact that this man had the absolute gall to ask her. Shout out to you for you and your cojones during this interview.
Okay, we're not doing that. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
You know better than that.
Come on, don't come in here with that energy, please. Thank you so much.
Gracias.
If I could just end on one thing, is that Jen is a producer on this movie, and the reason why I'm here and the reason why Sterling was in this beautiful movie is because Jen cares. And Jen cares about things like representation and diversity, and she's a boss.
Gracias. Nadie me preguntó nada.
De nada. Okay, so I'm gonna pull it back a little bit. So that way we just leave it there. Okay, well, good for her. I'm glad that she's all about diversity and using her powers for good in this sort of situation. Yay for Jennifer Lopez being the Glinda the Good Witch version of a producer. And I'm glad that she's diversifying because, you know, we do need to see more diversity if it's warranted. Don't just do this whole paint by numbers. Oh, we need an Asian, we need a black person, we need a girl, a Latina, we need a lesbian, we need a trans girl, we need a trans man, we need all these things. We need to check every Benetton box just so that way y'all getting diversity. But the characters are horrible, the movie is bad, the script is shit, and the special effects are shoddy. I'm glad that we got some diversity in the film. However, I have a question. Does Jennifer Lopez get grace about her relationship when things go south when it wasn't that long ago that she tried to use her relationship to sell us a documentary, a musical movie, half biopic, whatever the hell it is? I still can't figure out what the hell the point of that shit was. This Is Me Now. She tried to sell us all of that and the music. So when you use your whole relationship, when you talk about you on cloud nine and all things is going good, do you get, when things are going good, you want the love and the accolades and the grace. But when things go to shit, we can't ask you the elephant in the room? Like, that don't make sense to me. And that's what I'm trying to, I was like, child, I need to turn this fan on. I'm hot. It is hot in here. Let me tell y'all, it is damn near 80 degrees outside, and I'm in a room because I don't want it to be, I'm hoping like there's no weird buzzing, whirring sounds or whatever in here. So I was turning everything off, but child, I'm starting to sweat. So, and I'm starting to look like, you know, I'm looking a little shiny. Shit, I may have to start doing like these celebrities and start like powdering my face and stuff to be on camera. But anyway, so do you or should you be offered that grace? Like, to me, I feel like what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and if you have to accept the good with the bad, and yeah, maybe in Hollywood that works, that people are going to kiss your ass because they want that interview or whatever the case was. And she was like, you know better than that. And I'm like, no better than what? No better to ask you a question about what's going on in your life? What's going on right now is that your marriage is on the rocks. And I feel like people have a right to ask. We all want to know, what's the tea? What's going on? You can't just sit and use your marriage to sell a record, and when the record flops, now all of a sudden your personal life is flopping right along with the music. And to me, it just seemed like Ben done checked out. First of all, I heard the place he's staying in is like $100,000 a month. It's like some big old fortress. He's pretty much checked out of the relationship. He's not interested in more, like he's filming The Accountant 2. And he's not even wanting to come home and deal with his wife and all this other stuff and all the blended family type of situations. And there's so much going on right now. And I get it. She's under a lot of stress. She's about to go on, she's rehearsing for this upcoming tour. She's promoting the movie and all that other stuff. And I'm sure, you know what? Maybe this will help them ticket sales. this all this drama. Or if it's not, let me know if this drama that she's going through is not going to move the needle one way or another. Because she's already being crucified for her rude behavior. But I do agree, like, I don't know. For me, I will say that if you're going to use your relationship if you're going to put your relationship out on Jump Street, you can't get mad for people asking. It's like what I've said about Kyle in the reality show. If you're going to put your whole relationship on TV for us to scrutinize and criticize your marriage, you cannot be like, oh, well, I don't want to talk about that because it's none of your business. But everything else is about it. So it's like, if you get to control the narrative, if you get to control what you want us to know, that's when it's important. But when you can't control things is when you get upset. So it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, how we can't ask you questions about your marriage. So shout out to them people out in Mexico City, because I heard they pretty ruthless out there with their stuff. In America, all they want to do is chase you with a damn camera and do the paparazzi thing. But the reporters are all about like trying to get a moment and kiss an ass and want to be your buddy and all that. No, I miss the day. Look, the Brits is brutal when it comes to their tabloid stuff, and they say about the Spanish people are too. So, like I said, shout out to that reporter out in Mexico City for having the cojones to ask J-Lo about her fucked up relationship because she can't keep a man. But let me know what y'all think in the comments down below on that. Was I being a little harsh? But anyway, so let's look at the comments. It said if she answered that would make it official that her and Ben are done. Well, yeah, and from what I've been hearing from people is that they feel like they're gonna wait until all this other stuff with J-Lo dies down before they announce the split. Meaning that they're gonna wait until the tour is done, all this stuff. So by the end of the summer into September, we'll probably get a joint statement for them talking about that Ben and Jenna filed for divorce. Like right now, he's shooting a movie. Right now, she's promoting a movie and about to go on a tour. And they're going to wait until she's done with everything and then come in and fully make the announcement. Sailor Mermaid said, I mean, she could have easily said no instead of doing all that. So to me, it's a yes. It said, like, you put your whole personal business out there. Now you don't want to address it. Like, exactly. That's what I said. Like, make it make sense. Like, it just don't make sense to me. How it's like you put your whole business out in the street, and then when people ask, you get mad. It's like you can't pick and choose when you want to open a people have to realize once you open the Pandora's box, you can't tell people how far they can reach into the box to pull out what they want to pull out. It's like you open that door, you open that window. When you start playing with your relationship, you leave it open for scrutiny. And that's what in my opinion, that's what I feel like she did. You should have, like, if you want, look, there are a lot of artists out here, musicians, whatever, who use their relationships as fodder to make music. Taylor Swift has made an entire career out of it. But she also understands how the game is played. She knows how to work her relationships when it comes to her and Travis. Y'all be saying all kinds of stuff about them, but they still be going about their business like it's not even affecting them. So they smart at that. And that's why I say one thing I will give Taylor is that she's real smart with that. It's like she walks around, she does whatever. She's not going to let y'all try to stop her from living her life. A lot of y'all just don't. I feel like Jennifer Lopez does not know how to navigate through this new social media space. It's like J-Lo shoved the story of her relationship with Ben down the public's throats with all of these mediums. So no matter what project she does right now, it's inevitable that there will be absolutely. So you can't control. It's like the way that the world worked back in the day. You don't get to make those comments. It said, but she's a Leo, so she will want to control the entire narrative. Dusty, aka stop attacking Nicki Minaj. You what? Okay, first of all, where did I make a comment about talking about Nicki Minaj? You're a dusty ass bitch, and you can go straight to hell and choke on the biggest, dirtiest, homeless, AIDS infested dick with your comment. So, if y'all gonna come up in here and try me, bitch, I will read you down to the ground and make you get an incurable disease and your weed fall out. So let's continue with the show. Because it's like, if you're going to be retarded and obtuse and slow and not understand actual conversations, I'm going to read you down to the ground. Like, you're not going to come up in my comments with your lopsided titties and the boils in the back of your neck and your receding hairline and your big ass fucking forehead and try to read me down to the ground, bitch. You will leave here in tears. Trust and believe. Do not play with me on my motherfucking page. Do not play with me. Play with your pussy. Play with your mama. Play with your man's asshole. Do not come up on here and play in my motherfucking face, because you will leave here in tears. Trust and believe. You ain't ready for this fucking mouth. And I'll be holding back on a lot of stuff. I don't give a fuck who it is. And I told you, I've encountered barbs. I've encountered a lot of people. And like I said, I had no issues with because I'm live. So people can come in with their comments. And it's fine. And you can say what you want to say, but you try to come for me, bitch. Your feelings will get hurt. Say, oh, girl, Chris, you got the barb shit. I don't give a fuck. Let me tell you, I told you I worked Nicki's show. I've been, and I didn't have to pay for it. I worked it. So y'all be having to pay y'all little money to go see these artists. I don't. So if I'm going to say something, I said what the fuck I said. Now, I didn't say nothing negative about her. I said what I said. Now, people want to come in here being like, you can't give constructive criticism. You got the wrong fucking show. You go over there and them other people that kiss celebrity ass. So look, the barbs want to come in here and start their shit, bring it. Because this mouth goes. Trust and believe. Who said who invited that has-been hoe? Well, yeah, I guess I did. Look, I told y'all them numbers is going up on this damn show. So, of course, I'm going to say, man, somebody stop talking about it. I'm like, what are you talking about? Everybody's talking about fucking Nicki. She's trending. So, therefore, I'm going to talk about it. Go talk about it on your social media that nobody's paying attention to. Don't come up on here with this bullshit. Your two followers, or you probably don't even have any followers. What you can do is take yourself and follow your ass off a goddamn cliff. How about that? And I'm sure nobody will miss you, not even your sorry ass mommy and daddy. But anyway, let's move on, because it's finally out of my system. Sort of. The reads will probably be coming through the damn show. But anyway, so Kelly Osbourne, let's talk about her. Let's move on to talk about another beef. So apparently look, everybody got a damn podcast all of a damn sudden. So she's looking back on her time with Fashion Police. And she went in on Juliana Rancic. And it said, so she said this. She said, we don't need to give her any effing thing. This is what Osbourne, who's 39, said to Rancic, 49. Damn, they 10 years apart. And I have to say, I don't know what Kelly's on. Girl, if you want Ozempic, you need to get off it, because you look like you had past dead. Like, she looks real skinny. I'm going to show y'all a picture in a minute. But she looked crazy. Now, Kelly's brother Jack and her father Ozzy recalled the Shut Up singer being wrongfully accused of making an effing racist comment about Zendaya's hair on the E! Talk show in 2015, when in reality, Rancic was the one who had the Dune Star smell like patchouli oil and weed. I didn't even know what the fuck patchouli oil was when they was talking about it. But some people said she was being racist. I was like, I ain't never heard no damn patchouli oil. But I was like, okay, I get it with the weed. But I understand, because I think at the time she had like, I don't think it was her hair. I think it was a wig. That she was wearing like locks in her hair. And I was trying to remember the overall look, but this was a while ago. And I think, you know what? I think this is around the time when they had this conversation, that this is when Joan had passed away and they were trying to keep the show going. But, what was it? Oh, they tried to keep the show going. So they were, I guess, trying to find a way to looking for the most controversial thing that they could say. And yeah, when you stepped in that boundary of just like being overall racist, and Joan Rivers could toe that line, but Joan Rivers was not someone who would just say something ill and mean-spirited. Like, she knew how to make a joke and make that fun, but she never stepped into a situation where it's like, okay, girl, like, you stepped over the line. But I do wonder, if Joan was alive today, how would she be able to make it in this space? Because they'll probably try to cancel her left and right. Now, they say Zendaya, who's 27, condemned Rancic's comment at the time, sharing on Instagram that there is already a harsh criticism of African-American hair in society without the help of ignorant people who choose to judge others based on the curl of their hair. And especially when we've been hearing stories about how what was that? I was watching Funky Dineva show, and he had a lady on his show that was talking about hair and stuff and the beauty industry and all other stuff, and how she was talking about how you'll be surprised like there's a lot of people when you go on sets and things that don't understand. They'll be like, oh, we want that wet look or whatever the case is. You not realizing that that's white girls who can get away with that curly wet look. When you wet a black woman's hair, the texture is a lot different than a white girl's hair. So when you don't have people of color working on these sets, y'all don't know anything about black women's hair. Which is why it should be encouraged that more black women who are getting in the beauty industry, maybe y'all should look into possibly working on a movie set, behind the scene, that sort of thing. So that would actually help. So it said, that Rancic faced an onslaught of backlash for the remark and issued a public apology to the Challenger star, admitting her words were outrageously offensive. And Kelly ended up leaving the show after the scandal had gotten out because people were saying that Kelly was the one that did it when it wasn't. It wasn't Kelly. It was Juliana. But because I guess Kelly Osbourne comes to the family that she comes from, and she's someone who very much says a lot of things where she'll put her foot in her mouth. Remember the things she said about Latin people cleaning the toilet? And I know she didn't mean anything by what she was saying, but it was a stereotype coming from a white girl, and people was like, and she's a person of privilege, so that didn't sit right with a lot of people, and she was dragged over that. And plus, her mother has come out and said some things that people look at her like, "Oh, you a racist ass bitch too." So she got dragged in that situation when it wasn't her, because I guess we're not used to hearing Juliana being the reporter or whatever coming out and saying something slick like that. And to me, once Joan died, the show was in the toilet any damn way. First of all, Joan was the anchor that held that show together, and having Juliana there, George Katsiopoulos, and Kelly Osbourne, that dynamic worked, but you couldn't make the show continue to go on. And I understand, Melissa was an executive producer, and y'all try to bring in Nene, you try to bring in all these other people, but the show was Joan's show. To me, we only cared for the most part. I mean, everybody else would come in and give their little fashion critiques or whatever, but we was there for the reads and the roast and the gags of Joan whenever she was talking about celebrities and reading their outfits down to the ground. That's what we was there for. So Kelly has a right to feel how she feels. And it's sort of like, you know what? She got dragged into a situation that wasn't part of her. And she's like, I took the fall because of this broad. She didn't come out and be like, well, it wasn't Kelly. And I think that was also the reason why Naomi Smalls, because we're going to get into that story later on, why Naomi Smalls she revealed why she voted Manila off during her season of All-Stars. Because of the same thing. She didn't feel like she was being defended in the situation. So I say all that to say, Kelly, I get where you're coming from. Your feelings about, oh wait, let me show y'all this picture of her, because I'm like, girl, the hell happened to you? And I was like, Miss Mamas, you need to eat a sandwich. I was like, y'all need to lay off this goddamn Ozempic or whatever it is that she using. Because I know she was out here defending Ozempic. And like I said before, if people want to use Ozempic, they have every right to use Ozempic and that sort of thing. But sometimes that weight loss, it'd be a little too much in regards of how much, y'all be looking emaciated. But anyway, let's move on. And let's talk about Sean T, who, has insanity, all this other stuff. Well, apparently he's doing sex work. I see he had his whole bussy out on social media. And no shade, but definitely Sean is hot. And I wouldn't mind fucking him. Who wouldn't? He's a good looking man. But he's opening up about his marriage. He said he got an open marriage with his husband. And shout out to Gay Magazine, because I found this out, and this was like right after the show. And I was like, damn, this would have been a good topic to talk about, but good things come to those who wait. So we're going to talk about it here. Where he went on Angela Yee's show, Lip Service, and basically was talking about that he wanted to have an open relationship 2 years into he initiated wanting to have an open relationship 2 years into the relationship, later revealing that an OnlyFans subscriber offered him and his husband $80,000 just to eat the cakes. Like groceries, bitch. Now, here's the thing. If somebody offered you $80,000 to eat your behind, I'm sure y'all would allow it. Just like, look, and eating booty is no different, ladies, because I'm sure there's a lot of women in here. Y'all probably like, But look, this is, there's a lot of ladies that watch gay porn. So shout out to y'all, because a lot of women do get turned on from watching gay porn. I know a lot of y'all didn't know about that, but y'all gonna learn today. There's a lot of women who watch gay porn and live for it. And it's the same thing. Like, if a guy offered you $50,000 to eat your box, I guarantee you would not turn that shit down. I sure as hell wouldn't. That's one of my favorite things to do. But anyway, let's get to the clip, and then we'll talk.
Yeah.
Do you ever, is it monogamous, or do you ever bring other people in the mix?
Oh, we bring people in.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we have a good ass time.
We have a good ass time.
Yeah, and it was me. Like, we were 2 years into our relationship. I'm like, look, and this is where most people like clutch their pearls or gasp. I'm like, listen, your dick is my favorite. Like, I'm emotionally, like, I'm with you. I've never had a problem getting a boner if he just touched me or wanted to shut it down. But I'm like, your dick can't be the last dick I suck
ever.
Especially if we're gonna be together for like the next 50 years. I'm like, yo. And I was like, plus I need practice. Like, and he wasn't fine with it at first, because he was just, you could tell why.
I'm just a traditional white guy from Seattle. So again, my parents are together for so long. And so you just have this thing that you're not supposed to do that because it's what you've been taught, or society, or whatever.
Yeah.
And so, there's questions of, well, am I enough? Or, what do we, let's talk
Fair
about
enough.
it.
I'm all in y'all mix.
Yeah.
Do you ever, is it monogamous? Or do you?
And so we did. I remember him talking about it for the first time. We were at my parents' house in Phoenix, and it was like, okay, but he made some really good points. Like, you're walking down the street in the city, you see someone that's attractive. Like, you see the people all the time, and it's okay.
And
to
you're
acknowledge,
hot.
right? So it's like, it's okay to acknowledge it, and it's okay to talk to me about it, because let's talk about it, let's explore that, and then move in that direction if we want to.
So what's the rules? How does it work?
Like?
Because is it only if it's you guys as a couple doing something? Can you do stuff?
There's too much going on.
But can you do stuff without each other? Like, how did? Okay.
Yeah.
So it's like an open relationship.
Again,
really.
it's we said we have no secrets. It's like, you just have to tell me what you're doing.
Okay.
I always have to get the address just in case.
Yeah.
And then, and
because it could be the killer. I just wanted to point that out. You never know with these people on social media who you meet. All kinds of crazy stuff be happening. Let's continue.
There's something very erotic about him coming home and telling me what happened, or because then it gets us excited and we do it again.
Usually when we do it, like, we come home
and so do it again.
Usually when we do it, like, we come home and, like, if the person lets us film, like, we'll be like, you give the other person a blowjob or they're watching it.
Does it ever go from, you gotta watch this, or you gotta try this?
We pretty much have done everything.
No, we've done it all. Ain't nobody doing that.
Yeah.
I mean, that
He's like,
you
what
wanna
haven't
do.
we done?
Yeah.
Is this part of the platinum perks?
What do you?
Of your
Nobody gets an
OnlyFans?
in-person service.
I mean, I don't know.
It ain't going that far.
We've had one guy offer us $80,000 to just eat our asses.
Wow.
He's gonna eat your asses.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like a bad deal.
It's not a bad deal.
That
but
is the most
I
expensive
guess-
bag of groceries ever.
Yeah.
Listen, 80,000 to eat my ass.
That cake.
Like Meg Thee Stallion said, I'll do anything to get to the bag.
And you ain't gotta do nothing else. And the cash up front.
No, listen, it never went through. However, I was definitely considering it.
Do it again.
Usually when we
Okay, so look, I say all that to say, child, I am here for every last word they said. And one thing I will say this, shout out to Angela Yee, because one of the things that I've noticed when I watch other shows or whatever the case was, or whenever I'm on social media and I'm seeing like a lot of things trend, especially on other blogs and stuff, where they want to talk about, whenever you see these relationship blogs or these relationship podcasts, it's always coming from people who are the most ignorant thought process when it comes to relationships, male versus female, male versus male, female versus female, trans versus, heterosexual male, or any conversation that has to do with relationships or sex or whatever. I always feel like y'all should not be up on here with this platform, because y'all just be saying some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard, and y'all ain't really been through no stuff in life. Y'all just coming from a place of trauma. You really need to seek a therapist. Y'all should not be up in here spewing this stuff, because there's no resolution in what y'all saying. So one of the things I will say is, kudos to Angelique for having a real, authentic, open conversation about relationships, especially when it comes to open relationships. Because I hear so many times, and I do agree with it's just like gays try to look into situations where y'all want these relationships to follow these heteronormative ideals of what a relationship is. When quiet as it's kept, straight people ain't even following these rules when it comes to relationships. A lot of them are swingers. A lot of them have open relationships. A lot of them be out here later or spreading wine behind a girlfriend or boyfriend back when it comes to situations. And I love the fact that they have this conversation where it's like, you want to know something? And this is how I feel too. I love you emotionally. I love your penis. I love your ass. I love everything about you. I love having sex with you. But I do not want that to be the only part of the anatomy that I'm hunching for the rest of my life. We have that emotional connection. You bring something to me emotionally and creatively and all these other things that no one else does. However, there's always going to be a hottie. And he's hot, but I don't want to be in a relationship with him. I just want to fuck him. And vice versa. Like I love to have that type of relationship because I don't feel like, in my opinion, and everybody can feel whichever way they want to feel about it. But me, when it comes to relationships, I'm not someone that could sit and be with the same person to just be in a relationship with the same person for the rest of my life because society says that is what it's supposed to be. When 9 times out of 10, like I was saying, society doesn't even follow the same damn rules. We always hear about people getting divorced because somebody cheating and irreconcilable differences, lack of communication and stuff. So I love the fact that he and Sean and his husband, Sean and his husband have had this conversation where it's like, you know what? I love you, but we need to look at our relationship in a different way versus me trying to follow this traditional sense of what a relationship is. Because for me, this is not realistic. And if this is not how you feel, you have the ability to and the notion to want to walk away. And luckily his husband didn't. And we don't have to make this whole shit about well, he a white man, so of course he gonna be able to do it. But if he was with somebody black, first of all, that's bullshit because I know black people, black on black gay men who are in a relationship, same gender loving, who have open relationships. So we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna make this about, oh, well, because Sean T with a white man, that of course is different. But if he was with somebody black, this would no, because they do it too. And relationships, regardless of the race, is just as messy. You just have to know these people. And when I was a kid growing up, like I was introduced to my first same-sex black couple, gay male couple. But I was like, okay, now with being in a relationship with all this stuff could be possible. So I say all this to say, shout out to you, Sean T. I'm very much everything he said in regards to like relationships and that whole vibe in that situation. That's definitely how I feel. So just so y'all know, like if you're gonna get in a relationship with me, that is the baggage. What is it? No, I can't call it baggage. Baggage seems negative. That's what I'm coming with. Just so you know. But everybody to each his own. But let me know what you guys think of this whole relationship, like what they had to say in the comments down below. Okay. Isn't Juliana married to Bill Rancic? Yes, she is. So she's probably Trump's buddy. So no, oh yeah. Oh, speaking of which, I don't know if y'all heard, speaking of Apprentice, and I meant to bring this up the other day. So apparently there was a movie. Is a movie. There was a movie coming out that was just shown at Cannes Film Festival called The Apprentice that received a 12-minute standing ovation. Sebastian Stan, who I absolutely love, he's another one that I'm trying to jump his bones. Look, I got a whole list. Sebastian Stan is playing Donald Trump. First of all, Donald should be flattered because that's the best he'll ever look in real life by having somebody as good looking as Sebastian Stan playing him in a movie. Because that motherfucker ugly. Donald Trump. And there's some stuff in this movie, and I heard that he's trying to put a cease and desist, but they said this is fair use. Because there's a scene in the movie that I heard about that Donald Trump sexually assaults Ivana. And so there's a whole bunch of stuff that's going on there. So yeah, his people are trying to pull this movie, whatever. But look, there's been a lot of movies and a lot of presidents. You are not exempt, sir. I thought about doing that as a topic, but I'm glad you kind of brought that up as just like a little thing, so that way I could just address it the way I just addressed it, and we can move on. Oh, he said, I subscribed to Sean T's OF one time and it was not given and not worth. You want to know something? I'm so glad that somebody did because I thought about it. And that's what I be hating too. Like, I be hating, especially when you get these celebrities that jump into this OF space. A lot of times they'll be like, I'm like, are they going to be showing a D? Because one time I even subscribed to one of the pit crew from Drag Race, ASAP Gorham. I was like, let me see if he giving. Yeah, it's basically more it's like IG pictures, but just a little more teasing or whatever. I hate that stuff like that. If you're not showing me dick, if you're not sticking no toys in your butt, if you're not doing nothing where it's like, okay, this boy is a full-on freak, I'm not subscribing to your shit. And this is what I don't like about OF, is the fact that they don't give you previews or an idea what to expect from your stuff. That's why, even though I can't stand Elon Musk, but I live for Twitter. At least on Twitter, y'all still got the salacious, scandalous, freaky stuff on there that I can see, be like, okay, I'm gonna subscribe to her and watch her stuff. Or I even like Masculine Jason. I watch a lot of his interviews and stuff, and I've spoken with him, back and forth on social media and stuff when I comment on his videos and his interviews. He does amazing interviews with a lot of adult film stars, and that's watching their videos and watching him talk to them and all this stuff, that gets me interested in wanting to check out their stuff. But the reality is OF is not what it used to be. First of all, I've heard that they slowly remember when they were talking about they were trying to get rid of porn and all this other stuff, and people was getting mad and they were saying like, oh well, now y'all trying to go after porn people with porn, but basically that pretty much made OF into what it is, which, let's be clear, OF was not initially supposed to be a site for adult entertainment, but because of the pandemic, that's what happened. So now they talking about that since they tried to kick in through the front door, now they trying to be slick and go through the back door, and they're slowly putting all these rules in place, making it hard for content creators to make real adult type of stuff on that thing, which is why I always say, do Just for Fans. Just for Fans was created by an adult film star. I mean, I can go to For My Fans too if you're a fan of Austin Wolf. We already talked about her on this show. But if y'all want to do, and plus you get a way more of a bigger percentage of the proceeds in your pocket if you go with Just for Fans. And you can post a whole lot more freaky stuff up on there. So that's what I would go with. Lanier knows. He said years ago, I had a former coworker in an open relationship. I was concerned learning my former coworker wanted to hear of his partner's escapades, but his partner didn't want to hear details of it. Well, yeah, that's another thing too. Like, I feel like if we're gonna be in a relationship, if you want to hear about someone's escapades, and the both should be reciprocated. Like, if you're gonna be in a relationship with me, you should be able to want to hear the stuff from me and vice versa, and not just be like, oh, I want to know what you did, but you're not going to tell me what you're doing. So you want some sneaky shit. And my thing is, relationships is always, the key is communication, and we need to communicate what our rules are, what the boundaries are, and we need to set them, and we need to follow them and abide by them. And if you're not willing to do that, then I can't get, then we need to go our separate ways, because you're not being transparent in what it is that we're doing. Okay, so all right, so we got 2 more major topics to go, and then we are finally done with today's show. This is another 4-hour show we did. It's like, child, I've been in here entertaining y'all for half a damn day almost. Not that I'm complaining. I love y'all, though. But yeah, let's continue. So we have some tea on 2 queens from Drag Race that are interested in reprising, that want to come back to All Stars. And 2 of them recently appeared on an episode of Roscoe's, which I've been hearing a lot of what's been going on behind the scenes, like all the clips and stuff that's looking on Roscoe's. I have to watch that episode. Maybe I'll watch that tonight. I ain't even watched RuPaul's Drag Race. I haven't watched the new season of, was it All Stars 9 with the Snatch Game? I haven't even watched that yet. So I'm going to probably watch that later on today, if I don't actually go out, because it's nice outside. I don't want to be in the house. I want to be out in these streets, being a hoe. But anyway, so 2 of the queens appeared on Roscoe's Tavern on last Friday. I know that I don't even know who appeared on last night's episode, because I haven't watched the latest episode, so I need to check that out and find out who it is. But they had Naomi Smalls and Detox on, and they left it open to saying that they want to, they want to see, they want to go back. And so I think now a lot of people are interested in wanting to go back to the show because they finally got rid of the whole elimination thing. And that's what, elimination. It's because I'm thinking of Naisha Lopez, who hosts this show, or is the moderator, because it's kind of like the drag version of The View, but then they interview queens and stuff. But anyway, so I love the fact that they eliminated the whole situation, but they need to have creative twists and turns and stuff to make the show interesting. So I love the fact that they got rid of the whole elimination thing, or had the girls eliminate each other. I hated that whole Survivor thing. It was stupid to me. So I'm kind of glad that they have the non-elimination thing, and then the fact that we're going to celebrate the queens because they spent a whole lot of money to come on this show and promote themselves. And that's what it should be, a celebration of queens rather than them trying to dog each other out. Have them vote, go after each other in other ways. So they said, for many, such as Drag Race France's Kiona and Drag Race UK's Bimini, it's a no, but several more have already revealed that they'll take the plunge once more. And shout out to Drag Race France. I saw the trailer for the new season yesterday, and I'm actually excited. Like, there's not a lot of the international versions that I like, but I have to say I love France. The season 2 basically was everything for me. And I love the fact that I think Kiona won last season, right? I'm excited to see what they bring this season. I love, oh my God, I totally forgot her damn name. Nikki Doll, Kitty Smile. I like the whole format. It's just a bowl of fun. The subtitles, having to read and all other stuff, yeah, it kind of gets to me after a while, but I enjoy the show for what it is. It's fun and entertaining. But anyway, so it said, appearing at Roscoe's Tavern in Chicago for a viewing party of All Stars 9 double premiere, Detox, who appeared in Season 5 and All Stars 2 and Small Season 8 and All Stars 4, both said they'd be up for round 3. Saying, even if there were eliminations, I have an itch. Honestly, Detox said, and I haven't had it in so long. I've gotten more into Drag Race again after the past couple of seasons. Having Sasha Colby and so many of my other friends on, I miss that camaraderie in the workroom. I miss the fun of it. I like new and exciting. For years, it's like new and exciting. For years, I was like, no, F them. Now I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Detox also hit it at a return last month. Now, Naomi, who made it to the finale on both of her seasons, added, RuPaul's Drag Race is such a pageant. I mean, it's a competition. I love a competition. I love winning, and I haven't won yet, so who knows? One day. Now, watching this season, you have your friends there, and they're all friends together, and you have a bit of FOMO, which y'all know is fear of missing out. Now, All Stars non-elimination format has encouraged more queens to throw their wigs in the ring for a return to the spinoff, with Season 8, Kim Chi recently revealing that she'd been asked back for every All-Star season than her original turn until now. And that's what I was saying. And I told y'all, I said the reason why they changed up the format, I told y'all this before that. The reason why, the only way they was able to get the girls from All Stars 9 on was if they got rid of that elimination, because a lot of them said no. They went after Georgia's first, and she was like, no, I'm not doing it. A lot of them turned it down. And so they realized, and smartly so, that they have more power than they didn't realize. And so by them saying no and turning it down, because it's like, no, I'm not doing this stupid, we have to vote each other off the island type situation, pulling lipsticks and all that other craziness. Y'all need to find a creative way to get us in and show our whatever. So they came up with a charity angle. And then, the big scissor thing where they get to keep a girl from getting a badge the following week, but they win money and all this other stuff. So I like that whole turn of events, that they make it more interesting, where you still find ways to sabotage each other, all in fun, because it's a show at the end of the day, it's a competition. But you get to last and stay on. I say keep the format short, 8 queens, maybe 10, and they get to showcase and highlight their drag and do the competitions and whatever needs to be done, but they do it for charity. So I actually love this angle. And then you have your drama or whatever the case is, because it's a reality show. So you have to have your drama and all this stuff. So I love the turn of events of what they're doing with Drag Race. So I'm here for it. And as far as like Naomi and Detox, I would love to see them on the show. Like, to me, I feel like so far what I've seen, because like I told you, I haven't seen episode 3 yet because I've been busy all week. But I'm looking forward to seeing how they work in Snatch Game. And to me, I feel like the one that's going to make it all the way to the end, I definitely could see Roxy finally winning this show. Because like we said before, to me, it just felt like Roxy has never had the opportunity to prove that she could do everything outside of Rolaska Talks. even both seasons, from season 5 and the season of All Stars. She basically rode the coattails of Detox and Alaska. When she should have went, there were many a times she should have went home early in the show. She was in the bottom so many times, but because of politics, she got to last. So I love the fact that, you know what, now that these other girls aren't there, this is an opportunity where she has to step her pussy up and prove herself. And I'm here for it. So are you guys looking for, or would you guys love to see Naomi Smalls and Detox come back to the show? I love Detox. I've always been a fan of Detox. I met her a few times, during DragCon and through my friend David Laugh. So I would definitely love to see her back on the show. I love her drag. I like how straight, no chaser she is. Very much a straight shooter. And to me, it's just like, it's about time we kind of get those legacy girls back into the competition to reintroduce themselves to these new kids, because I'm sure like a lot of the kids now who are coming onto the whole Drag Race bandwagon wasn't really watching like the old shows and all that other stuff. So definitely, just like Chanel is being reintroduced to the public again, you constantly have to do that. I'd love to see Detox make her way back on the show again. So let me know what you guys think down below. Now, speaking of Naomi, and I'm going to get into the comments. Speaking of Naomi is opening up about that moment where she felt that she had to get rid of, oh my God, do I have it? Oh no, I must have opened it up by accident. But anyway, yeah, there was a video, whatever, or something on social media that I saw of her. And she has a podcast, in case anybody know. But like I said earlier, everybody got a damn podcast, right? So apparently Naomi, I almost call her Naomi Campbell, but look, that's a part of her name, her drag name, Naomi Campbell and Biggie Smalls. She'll tell you. But anyway, so she's opening up about the moment where she chopped Manila from the show and what it took in that point. I will play the clip, but there's a lot of Drag Race clips throughout her explaining it. So I'm not going to risk it, because the last time when I posted, I did the video on a Drag Race situation, and it was the Willem one. When I posted that, and then I used the clip from Drag Race that was from Leslie Jones, it got a copyright strike. So I had to edit around it, which was annoying. So I'm going to just read it. So it says, shout out to Pink News for this story. So it says, while the controversial elimination format that enabled Drag Race queens to send one another packing first hit our screens in All Stars 2, it wasn't until 2 seasons later that someone utilized it to its full strategic potential. That queen was season 8 finalist Naomi Smalls during her run on All Stars 4 in 2018, which I literally just finished watching not too long ago. Like maybe a couple of days ago, I just finished All Stars 4. Now, following a legendary makeover challenge during her first top 2 replacement, Naomi immediately chopped series frontrunner Manila Luzon, despite the latter's 3 challenge wins. Now, speaking in a video posted on her YouTube channel about the moment she became wary of Manila, Naomi revealed that the wheels were set in motion following episode 4's improv challenge, Jersey Justice. She said, "We were on a high of like, bitch, we effing ate that challenge," Naomi explained, adding that the pair, who competed in the same team that week, were convinced they would be grabbing the 2 top spots that episode. Now, things didn't go exactly to plan, however, with only Manila announced as one of the week's winners alongside Monique Hart. Naomi then revealed that Manila's reaction to her not making the top 2 set the scene for the former to send her home during the makeover challenge. It wasn't until the critique of the skit that the judges said Manila outshone me, stepping off the stage, she said, "Yeah, girl, I ate you up." That's when it clicked to me. I don't like this bitch. I don't trust this bitch. They wrote that wrote the script for the rest of the season. Now, later in the video, Naomi added, "I don't think that sending home a strong competitor was the reason I sent Manila home. I just sent Manila home because I didn't trust her. Life's not fair," as she says in the episode, and she repeated it along with the clip side by side in the video on her YouTube channel. Now, Naomi reached the final in both seasons that she competed, recently indicated that she'd be up for a future third round on All Stars, which we already talked about with Roscoe's Tavern. But here's the thing, I agree, because in the video, she actually explains that, and Monet also jumped in because her and Bob the Drag Queen were doing a live podcast recording or whatever the case was, and Monet jumped in and was like that Naomi wrote a lot of stuff, a lot of jokes, a lot of stuff in that, and she really stepped up and stepped out of her character and was really giving a lot, but because of the edit, that's all you got. And then they're pretty much trying to say like Naomi wasn't giving enough and that she was outshone by Manila. And Manila, instead of like being like, yeah, she gave a whole lot, she basically just kind of took the critique, loved on her win, and was kind of like, I guess Naomi felt a kind of way. And she's like, you know what, you fake and phony ass bitch. First of all, we was working together in this whole situation. And this is how you basically gonna sit out here and make me look. And you're gonna get all the attention and not be like, well, yeah, so-and-so helped me out in a lot of situations. Kind of like similar to on the recent All-Stars episode that I saw, where everybody was like, Roxy was helping everybody out in the room with the designs and the looks and all of this because she's the fashion girl, she's a designer. So they said she was helping them out. So it's good when the queens sit and uplift each other, but then there's some queens that'll just be out for self. It's like, okay, bitch, I see you. Wait till I get that power. I'm gonna send your ass home. And I understand, like, life is not fair. We all thought that Manila was gonna make it to the end, but now that Naomi brought it up and spoke out about it, I'm here for everything that she said. So shout out to you, Naomi. All right, so we have comments. Linnea says, just a fan is run by Dominic Ford. Creators have more liberties there, but he told me some racist perceptions of his a mess. I'm like, damn. It's just hard to really try to be out here and do some stuff without somebody doing something stupid and controversial. Details also said Roxy was hiding a phone in her hotel room in Texas. I did see that too. That there was I think Drag T Sir with Matt posted that on his YouTube channel. I didn't get around to watching it because I was like, what Matt does, he does like a whole blow by. I'm sure you've seen the show. He does a whole blow by blow recap of everything that was said on the show. So I want to watch the show and I don't want to be surprised and have people telling me. I just wanted to hear it out of their own mouth. But yeah, I did hear about the fact that she had a phone in her hotel room. And now that they reveal that to watch they start searching them like they did Nicki Minaj at the airport. They're going to be up in there making sure that y'all don't have nothing on y'all. Going through all the crevices of y'all shit because y'all want to sit up here and tell people business. And so I would love to see Detox and Naomi come back. They're two fan favorites. And Marina Summers and Kimchi also said, yeah, we talked about that in the last show as well. Like, I would definitely love to see Marina's. I love Marina Summers. I just saw her recently. She performed at some pageant. I think it was like in the Philippines or whatever the case was. She was giving a full-on show. I saw that on social media. And I would love to see Kimchi be a part of the show because I like Kimchi as well. So she's definitely someone that I would love to see get up there and really come back. I like a lot of the old girls. And we need a lot of them to come out because, yeah, and I could see why Detox was feeling the way she was feeling because for a while, Drag Race really wasn't giving. Everybody was trying to be all congenial. Everybody trying to be everybody's friend. Nobody really wants to kind of go in and really give us a show because y'all be sitting here worrying about the fandom and these trolls and all this other stuff. And it's just like, stop ruining the show. Like, y'all ruining a lot of y'all on social media with y'all stupid ass comments or whatever the case was. Y'all be ruining for people. Like, to me, who's been watching Drag Race from the beginning and a person who has been supporting a lot of local drag and going to a lot of drag shows and becoming friends with a lot of drag queens, because to me, the art of drag has always been something that I've been a supporter of and I love. And I love seeing, like, you know, drag queens out here just performing to my favorite pop song or whatever the case is. And to me, it's just like, I love all the art of performance or the art of expression, that sort of thing. And we need to be celebrating that instead of people just trying to jump in and bully people because, oh, they said something against your fave. When it's like they're in a pressure cooker, it's part of the show. They can learn to defend themselves. And so people want to throw in their microaggressions, their racism, their ignorance, their bigotry. And y'all just, these trolls just bring so much hate into it that a lot of these queens, they get scared to want to just be themselves on the show, and they try to self-produce themselves, and y'all come across as boring and uninteresting, which is why I live for, you know, Mistress Isabel Brooks. on her season because she ain't care. And I feel like you have to go in with that kind of attitude. You have to go in like you have to go in that I don't give a fuck attitude if you're gonna be able to survive a lot of the criticisms and that thick skin. Like I said, for me, like you really have to have a thick skin doing what I'm doing. Like being in this space of constructively criticizing people. But you also got to have a strong clapback because you can't just let people just say some bullshit and don't expect to get cussed all the way the fuck out. Because I will do that. And every now and again, I always try to let shit go. But as you all saw earlier, it's hard for me to keep this mouth closed. So one more thing before we get up out of here. And that would be, I want to give a congratulations to Stranger Things star Millie Bobby Brown, who is somebody's wife. And that would be Jake Bon Jovi, who was the son of John Bon Jovi. Now, I didn't know that he was a model, but I guess that's a term we use loosely because this would be a lot of you celebrity kids that run around talking about y'all models, but and I'd be like, of what? But if he's a model, that's what we're gonna go with. And we already know male models have a shorter attention lifespan in as that being a career than the girls. So according to People, it says that the Stranger Things star who's 20 and the model who's 22 was the son of John Bon Jovi, secretly tied the knot in a wedding ceremony last weekend. Now, according to the son, Bon Jovi's parents, John Bon Jovi and Dorothea Bon Jovi, were in attendance along with Brown's parents, saying it was very low-key romantic affair with the coolest family with them. With their closest family with them as they said their vows. The outlet also reported that the couple is planning a larger ceremony later this year. The pair, who sparked romance rumors in June of 2021 when Bon Jovi shared a selfie with the actress, first connected through Instagram. They were friends for a bit before they started dating, the actress told Wired in 2022. Now, Brown and Bon Jovi then stepped out holding hands in New York City later that month. They also made several red carpet appearances as a couple during the 2022 BAFTA Film Awards and the season 4 premiere of Brown's Netflix series, and continue to share snapshots of their relationship on Instagram, hence the one I posted up top. So, now, John Bon Jovi had this to say about their relationship on Radio Andy. He said, "I don't know if age matters." This is what the front man, who's 62, said of the young couple. Said, "If you find the right partner and you grow together, my advice really is growing together is wise. I think that all of my kids have found people that they can grow together with, and we like them all." And he says, Millie is wonderful, and said that his son is very, very happy. And here's the thing, if they're happy and if you like it, I love it. So I initially, before I even read that story earlier of John talking about his son getting in a relationship at such a young age, I did kind of look at it as like, y'all a little too young to be getting married. I mean, she's 20, he's 22. But then again, wasn't Drake trying to get up in that little girl when she was underage, allegedly? So, yeah, there's some tea about him and Millie Bobby Brown going all over on social media. But anyway, so now she's happily married. She's with John Bon Jovi, son, Jake. And I think also when you're a celebrity, especially like Millie Bobby Brown, who's been acting since she was a child, I think mentally a lot of these kids are wise beyond their years. Like a lot of them, 20 in Hollywood is literally like 35 in America, like real life. So she's a lot older mentally because you have to, like, unfortunately in this industry, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, you have to grow up pretty quickly. So I totally get like that whole mentality, that whole situation of why, she is the way she is and she married him the way, and them two got married so young. But I hope it lasts. And if it doesn't, okay, so she'll be a divorcee. So I don't see I guess I just don't feel good, bad, or indifferent about it. It's just congratulations, they're married. I do think it's like, okay, y'all a bit young, but if you know what you want and you've kind of found that camaraderie and you can make it work because marriage is work, then I'm here for it. So there you have it. So shout out to y'all. But anyway, so we're at the end of the show. Child, I did almost a 4.5 hour show because we had a lot of tea to catch up on. So, any questions, comments, or concerns before I hop off this live? If not, please do me a favor and a solid, whatever you want to call it, and hit that like button, that subscribe button, and that notification button, so that way you know when I go live next time with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I want to thank all the people, the new people that have come in and been watching the show. The other people who've been in the comments commenting, the people who've been liking, the people who've been subscribing, you know, the people that actually stick around and support the show, new, old, and in between. Your support and your love is very much appreciated. And I appreciate you. So yeah, yeah. I don't think I have anybody who has anything to say that's jumping in the comments or anything, because I haven't seen anything. But yeah, so love you all for watching. Love you all for having me on the background and listening as you doing whatever it is, going about your day, whatever the case, and all that other stuff. I did see that I got a lot of people. I had a lot of people watching on the Twitter, a lot of people watching on YouTube, and people watching on Twitch. I almost forgot what the name of that damn site was. But anyway, so love you all who are sitting up here watching the live stream per usual. And those of you who are going to watch the playback, once this is done, love you guys as well. So love you, love you, love you. And until next time, ciao, darlings.